Here's Mike Gill.
Live on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SB Live. What's up, everybody? We got to cover till 6 tonight. So much to get into. Eagles, are they ready to move on? Nick Sirianni spoke today. Did he clear the air? Did he squash it? Did he get it over with? You'll hear from Nick coming up in just a couple of minutes from now. Also, Eagles getting ready to take on the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's a challenge in itself. We'll start to take our eyes towards the Pittsburgh Steelers and the challenge that they present. Big show today. Phillies hot stove heating up. They did sign a closer on Monday. They made that official yesterday. Jordan Romano spoke to the media. We'll tell you why Jordan Romano chose Philadelphia and his role and what could be next. There's a name that interests me, but it's a weird fit. We'll get into that coming up. Go to our website, 973ESPN.com right now and read all about it. I wrote about it earlier today. It's an interesting name. The Phillies, I think, have the ammunition to make a trade for this guy, but I don't know how he fits. Now, you'll figure it out for this player, but we'll talk to Bob Wankel today at 3:30 as we'll get his take on the Phillies offseason so far and what could be happening with this offseason. I got so much more I want to get into on the Eagles. Mike McGarry's going to join us. It's a Wednesday, so Ryan Rothstein at 3 o'clock. Here we go. So Nick Sirianni spoke today. And, of course, the first question out of the gate is, do you think this is over? Have you addressed this with A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts? And he gave a very elongated Nick Sirianni type of answer, to which he mentions a whole bunch of things. What is going on over there? What is going on over there? I mean, holy mackerel. Jeez, they got 9 microphones flying, crisscrossing, banging into each other. So Sirianni is basically, what are you doing? What is going on in here? I mean, this guy's got a whole thing of ice in this thing. I mean, the whole world just heard this ice. Did you not hear the ice? Did you hear the ice? I mean, what are we doing?
I heard the shuffling of the ice.
Yeah. You can't just be having ice in here. This is a non-ice room. There's a live show going on right now. Keep the noise to yourself. I'm distracted. I got microphones flip-flopping, flying. I got ice over here. All right, let's start over now. What is Sal Pal talking about? He's on the TV behind me, live at Eagles here. I mean, that's not often. They have him live from the NovaCare complex. Did something happen? Did I miss something? Because I have no idea what Sirianni accomplished today. Did he clear the air? I'm just totally going off of Josh, listen to the thing. I'm taking your guidance here that he said nothing is what you're telling me.
Well, is that he said?
Your opinion is that he said nothing.
My opinion is that
so he didn't do a good job of squashing this. It's not over.
But he did give a very interesting. There's a specific part of his answer that was interesting, and it's the part that I know a lot of the media has been putting out there, kind of sharing on social media, and it's this part of the answer where he talks about, what he is seeing from Jalen and A.J. Brown.
You guys get to see 3 hours every Sunday in the most where emotions can play as high as they're going to play in any particular. You get to see 3 hours of that. I get to see this every single day and how they go about their business and how they interact with each other. And so I know there was assumptions of things and we get how that goes, but these guys are so locked in and focused to getting better and getting better together. So they're on the same page.
So you see 3 hours is his whole thing. You don't get to see what I see every single day. And that was his way of trying to squash this. You're telling me he said no, he was not asked any other question regarding this whole situation. Because I did hear the first question, and his answer was about 8 minutes long, it felt like. And I didn't hear the rest of the presser. So you're telling me he didn't get one other question asked about this situation.
He did.
The rest of the way.
But I'm saying his other answers didn't give any more clarity to the situation. He keeps trying to steer it away to the fact that he's trying to get the guys focused on playing the Steelers and that he's not worried about, because he says they've already addressed it.
Right. Well, so that he say, listen, did he mention I sat down with these two guys, I've talked to them?
He said on Monday that he has already addressed it with the guys. He said that I said it on Monday and I'll say it again. We all talk about these things all the time. We address everything.
Okay. Well, all right. So Sirianni says he spoke with Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown, and he is, quote, 100% confident that they are fine.
That's a bit of a paraphrase of what he said, because he was asked a specific question about it, and he said 100% they're fine.
So
it's kind of like the pairing of a question and answer together.
So from what you heard, you're not convinced that this is over?
Frankly, I don't know if it is or isn't, Mike, because I wasn't with you yesterday, but I'll ask you this. I feel like there seems to be an intense divide between what we think is going on versus what the Eagles want us to think is going on.
Well, I think the Eagles want us to think that there's nothing going on, that this just got blown out of proportion. Brandon Graham took a blowtorch to that.
Right. And Brandon Graham in the 24-hour period tried to change the goalposts.
Well, and listen, Brandon Graham, I think, said what was on his mind, what he really thought. And then the team tried to change the narrative. Here's what Nick Sirianni said. He says 100% he feels things are fine. I want to hear this one. All right, we address anything and everything. He feels 100% that we addressed it. We talked to the team or the players that were involved. Is that enough for the people out there hearing from Nick on Wednesday? We address anything and everything that has happened here. You guys saw this little video. You saw the bite, passing. You heard what Brandon Graham said. Is that enough? Of course it's not. I mean, you're not going to sit here and say, I trust that Nick Sirianni talking to these guys has squashed this whole thing, until you see a game happen and that it's behind them.
And how much of that is because it's Nick Sirianni saying it?
Probably a lot. Probably a lot. I think people don't think Nick can handle something like this. That's another question. Do we think Nick Sirianni is capable of being the guy that can squash this? And I'll tell you why I think, from what I know, he can. We heard Jason Kelce say in the past, he's the best coach he's ever been around for holding people accountable. So whoever he thinks is accountable for this, if Jason Kelce is accurate, then Nick Sirianni will hold that person accountable.
Nick, and I really mean this, is one of the best coaches I've been around, and talking about coaching situational ball, really understanding what to do in the right moment, motivating guys. We coach things up in team meetings and hold people accountable better than pretty much any other coach I've been around.
Holding people accountable pretty much better than any coach I've ever been around. So if there is somebody to be held accountable in this situation, listening to Jason Kelce, should we not believe that Nick will approach the person he thinks should be held accountable here?
I think he did, and I think he is going to keep doing that. The question is, how much of what was said on Sunday is a big picture issue, and how much of it was just guys reacting to a bad day at the office?
Listen, I think ultimately the frustration was for the fact that everybody knows the team could be better offensively. 14 weeks in, you think that you would start trending towards being better instead of trending towards being worse. And I think it was more of an indictment on the moment. Not, I don't like this guy. I don't think this guy's any good. I think it was just the moment of, man, we scored 22 points against Carolina. And it's the thought of, if we really want to beat Detroit, if we really want to beat Kansas City, if we really want to beat Buffalo, we got to be better than this. And I think that's just the frustration of needing to be better and not having it on that day. I don't think this is A.J. Brown saying, I don't like Jalen Hurts. I think he sucks. I don't think that's the case. I don't think A.J. Brown thinks that Jalen Hurts stinks or that he just doesn't like the human being. I think he's just frustrated with the whole thing. Nick said something today. I did hear him say, AJ is part of the passing game. So when he says, what's the problem? Passing. He's a part of the passing game. By the way, the Red Sox have just acquired Garrett Crochet. He's not going to the Phillies. So there you go. All right. So you have a situation where A.J. Brown is a part of the passing game, and he is also acknowledging that, look, he could be flat out saying, I think Jalen Hurts was bad today. And I think there's a part of him that's 100% right about that. He's not wrong when he says the passing is a problem, and it's been a problem. But Nick Sirianni spends most of his day today talking about off-the-field relationships, which I don't think are all that big of an issue in this situation. So if we're worried about the off-field relationship creeping in to be a problem for this team, I don't think it's all that big of a deal.
So then why is it being made such a big deal?
Because I think there is a vocal population that doesn't like Jalen Hurts, that doesn't think he's very good.
A vocal population of the fan base or other people too?
Well,
like media people, like do you think there are media people who are?
No, I do think that the fan base, I think there's a portion of the fan base that just doesn't like Jalen. They don't like his style of play. You have this mentality that the running quarterback, quote unquote, cannot win a Super Bowl. That guy has never won a Super Bowl. And that Jalen is thought more of a running quarterback than he is a pocket passer. His pocket presence and ability to throw, I think, are being somewhat questioned here. And I think that group is becoming the group that is getting their voice heard the loudest of this guy, because it's the I told you so. I told you I was right about this guy. He was never any good. So anytime you have a situation where the I told you crowd kind of got pushed to the side, they also want to scream the loudest when they feel like, now I've been telling you this guy hasn't been very good. And then the other side would say he took him to the Super Bowl, yada, yada, yada. And then that crowd kind of got pushed to the back. Now they're getting their chance to come back and saying, I told you this guy has been the problem. He's not good enough. I've been telling you he's not good enough. So I think you're starting to see that crowd kind of come out from behind the, what was the Home Improvement show? They've kind of had their hat on behind the fence. You couldn't see their faces, but they've been just constantly been looking.
Neighbor, yeah.
Yeah. They've been constantly looking over the fence, waiting for their chance to come out. And now they're getting their chance to come out to say, I told you so. Jalen Hurts is the problem. He's not good enough. He's holding this team back. So I think you're getting a little bit of that.
So are we then just to that point, are those people just ignoring the fact that Jalen Hurts is one of the most winning quarterbacks the last few years? Like,
they don't care. It's not about wins and losses. No, it's not important. Winning is not important to people. Winning the Super Bowl is what's most important. We live in a world now that winning 50 games in the NBA doesn't matter if you don't win a Super Bowl. Winning 100 games in baseball doesn't matter if you don't win the World Series. So the question you asked, the answer is simple. No, winning is not important. Winning the Super Bowl is important. That's the only thing that people care about. They don't care if you go 13-4. If you lose in the playoffs, your 13-4 means nothing to me, because a lot of those wins are piled up against teams that they don't respect. So Jalen Hurts' winning percentage is great, but the guy will tell you who's the anti-Hurts, he did it racking up wins against inferior opponents. And he's not wrong. The Eagles have beaten a lot of bad teams over the last couple of seasons. I would say the whole league is filled with mediocre bad teams, but that's why the record gets pushed aside. Yes, the Eagles win. Yes, Nick Sirianni wins a lot. But that's why these guys aren't universally beloved, is because they're doing it in a league that has such mediocrity that people don't buy the wins when you beat the Giants and you beat Washington and you beat Cleveland and you beat Cincinnati. Those wins are not held with high enough regard to earn the respect of the guy who's questioning you.
So then is it unfair to basically say everything comes down to win Super Bowl or nothing.
Absolutely.
Is
Is it fair? No, of course it's not fair. Sports should be the journey. You had goals, win your division, go deep in the playoffs and win a champion. Like, there are goals throughout a season that sports fans used to be, they used to look forward to. Hey, we want to win the NL East. We want to win the NFC East. We want to go deep in the playoffs. We want to win a Super Bowl. The Eagles have won NFC East. They've been to Super Bowls. They've won one. But it's not enough for fans if you don't win it anymore. It has become John McMullen, to quote John McMullen, Ricky Bobby rules, right? If you're not first, you're last.
Right.
And that is the sad part about what sports has become. So few fans are able to just go along for the journey. Sports is supposed to be a release. It's supposed to be a form of entertainment. The problem is it's become so expensive to be a sports fan that when your dollar is disappointing you, you lash out. So that the only thing that can make you happy is the ultimate goal. The other goals along the way are not good enough. They are not satisfying enough. And because only one team can win that, everybody else is viewed as not great, not good enough. Jalen Hurts, I think, falls in that category. He is a guy that I don't think anybody coming out of college thought that this guy was going to be an NFL starting elite quarterback.
Definitely not an elite quarterback. He didn't have elite traits. But again, my problem.
His elite trait was that he was a winner.
Right.
His elite trait was that he was a leader. The problem we're having is his leadership has been called into question now multiple years now. So his best trait coming into the league is kind of now turning it's back on him too.
Right. And I think that part of the problem with what you just said also is that you said elite. That's the delineator. There's not a lot of elite quarterbacks, period. So it's almost like we are basically saying that if you are not Patrick Mahomes, you're a loser.
Right. Well, listen, the standard is right now, Patrick Mahomes. He's won back-to-back Super Bowls. They're on pace to possibly win a third. So he is the standard. And if you're not at that level, then you're lesser. And if you're lesser, over the last 2 years, you're not good enough to win the Super Bowl.
Right. Which also gets to overlook the fact that, there are some really good quarterbacks. Like
nobody cares about really good. Nobody cares about really good. They only care about.
So then it's okay to just complain and whine all the time because you don't have Patrick Mahomes when there's only one of them?
Pretty much. I mean, no, I didn't say it's okay. I'm saying that is what people resort to. You have Josh Allen. His legacy so far has been he turns the ball over too much. He hasn't been good enough. Now, right now, they are winning. He has been great. And people are kind of like, yeah. And then if he disappoints you again, he becomes the guy that constantly disappoints you.
Right, Sixer syndrome, where if you don't get past a certain point in the postseason, then we still think you stink.
Now, I think the Bills are interesting here. Like, are the Bills fans going to turn on Josh Allen if he doesn't get them to a Super Bowl?
See, I don't think Bills fans will, because I think Bills fans are much more appreciative of their team winning than Eagle fans are in this case.
I think it's a byproduct too of they're the only game in town other than the Sabres up there. They don't have a baseball team. They don't have a basketball team.
Right.
So they love this team.
It's like the Packers in Green Bay.
It is, the Northeast is a little bit of a different animal than, Buffalo's somewhat in the Northeast. They're a little bit Western New York. So they have a little bit more Midwestern kind of mindset, but in a Northeast, area.
Right.
I don't know. I feel like this whole Jalen Hurts thing it goes back to it's Nick Sirianni. When Nick was hired, you didn't have any thoughts because you didn't know who he was. So it wasn't, this guy's going to be great. You didn't know who he was. It wasn't, oh my God, this guy's going to suck. What are we doing? You might be there just because you didn't know who he was. But I think most people were, okay, I guess I'll give this guy the benefit of the doubt. And then he has his opening press conference. And you made your initial, look, you get one time to make a first impression. And his first impression wasn't good. So when they hired him, it was almost apathetic. When you saw him talk for the first time, you formulated an opinion that this guy wasn't good enough.
Right.
So your first reaction of Nick Sirianni was a negative one. It is hard to get fans to reprogram to go from I don't like this guy to this guy's won me over.
And you're saying it's the same with Jalen Hurts. That people
when Jalen Hurts got drafted, he was not what they wanted. They already had Carson Wentz. They drafted him in the second round. People were angry, not at the player, but why a quarterback in round 2? Not to mention a quarterback that really didn't have high expectations as a NFL starting caliber quarterback. So why are you drafting a quarterback there? So the initial Jalen Hurts reaction was, I don't want this player. I don't know why you took this player. So then in 2021, he's the starting quarterback, and he was nothing special. You were like, okay, I'm ready to move on from this guy. He didn't do anything to win me over. And the Eagles brought him back, and he took them to the Super Bowl and played at an elite level. And you were like, wow, maybe I'm ready to give this guy the benefit of the doubt. And right when you were ready to give him the benefit of the doubt, you started to have questions.
So what you're saying is a lot of the stuff that we are hearing, the noise out there, is from people who had predisposed opinions. They never moved off of them.
Right. I think a lot of people had predisposed opinions that Jalen Hurts cannot play the position.
And then Nick Sirianni is an idiot.
That too. And that they are your coach and quarterback combination in a league where the coach and the quarterback are so important.
Right.
And most people never liked the coach at the beginning. He never really won them over enough when he got them to the Super Bowl. Same with Jalen. I think people never bought into Jalen Hurts as the quarterback. He never won them over. I got to be honest, he's not the warmest fuzzy guy.
Right.
If I said Jalen Hurts was my favorite player in the league, it's really hard to connect with him. As just a casual fan, he is not a very good personality. He is not a very good mouthpiece for the organization. He is not the kind of guy that you could say, man, I really like this guy. Even when he's playing great, he gives you nothing. He's almost robotic. It's almost uncomfortable to think like, what is this guy's life okay? Like, is everything all right in this guy's world? Like, so when you see these type of frictions happen, you can almost understand, like, how can anybody connect with this guy? Like, does he have any friends? Now, I'm not saying that he does. I'm just saying, like, it's hard to envision the exterior that we see being a likable guy that you can connect with.
Right. So maybe there's a part of the fan base that also says, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Mike, but it sounds like maybe there's a part of all of us that looks at him and says, maybe I understand if guys don't always get along with Jalen.
I can understand that. From what I see, and again, I said this yesterday, I used to be at NovaCare a lot. I have not been there during the Jalen Hurts era, so I have never been around him. I do not know him. I've never interviewed him. I've never talked to him. I've never asked him a question. I've never even seen Jalen Hurts in person. The exterior that I see on the television and with press conferences and just the way he handles himself in wins and losses, he is not the kind of guy that I think is an easy ESPN. Couple quick text messages. Mike, is Jalen Hurts good enough to win the Super Bowl? Isn't that the goal every year? What has he done this year to show he is? Tom in Summers Point. Is he good enough to win the Super Bowl? If you get to the Super Bowl, are you good enough to win it? Is that a fair question?
I think so.
Now, I would say if I saw him make the Super Bowl and play poorly, I might say, man, that moment was too big for him. Tom, he was the best player on the field in the Super Bowl. Would you agree or disagree?
I would agree with that. Yeah, play Patrick Mahomes.
He was incredible that night, except for the fumble. That fumble was huge in that game, but the moment wasn't too big for him.
He responded right after that with a touchdown drive.
So what is holding him back now? What has he done this year to show he's good enough to win the Super Bowl? Now, that's a fair question. He hasn't done enough. When we come back, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressafac.com, joins us for that conversation and more on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
was the month of December, and all across the lot, the people were raving about the Kias they got. It was the best holiday ever, and everyone had it made, because Matt Black Kia gave them more for their trade. It's the season of residents currently buried in a loan or lease. Matt Black Kia wants to give you a lease into your brand new all-wheel drive. 40% into SUVs, down, pays until March, or 0 for 48 months. So bring any old sled. Because if you have a top 3450 per week, you could be approved. And drive with a brand new or just $159 lease, 0 security deposit, and only $36.52. Black Kid. Details or 888-505-6670. Registration and taxes and dealer 125. 6211 Horse Pike, Harper Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's word videos. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto. Estamos juntos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Dude, it's time to head to Grandma's for the holiday feast. Man, didn't you just smoke a bowl? Yeah, it's cool, man. Grandma won't notice. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh, no.
Someone noticed, and it wasn't Grandma. If you think that others can't tell that you've been smoking marijuana and driving high, think again. Always remember, if you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI.
Are you ready for a breakfast game changer? Discover Hot Bagels and more with locations in Margate, Northfield, Summers Point, and Atlantic City. They serve hot, fresh bagels crafted daily in a variety of flavors that will keep you coming back for more. Don't miss their homemade tuna and chicken salads along with delicious soups. Plus, check out their lunch specials and party platters. Perfect for gatherings and holiday meetings. Swing by Hot Bagels and more and experience the bagel game changer today. Visit hotbagelsandmore.com or stop in today.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Let's face it, winter can be a hard season. It's cold pretty much all the time. Blizzard. You have to shovel. Another blizzard. You slip on ice. But you know what makes winter suck a little less? Getting a free phone. Join Cricket Nation and get a free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G. Ooh, ouch. Welcome to enjoying more. Welcome to Cricket Nation. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must open a new line on the $60 unlimited plan. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Looking for the perfect RV to hit the open road this fall? Look no further than Hitch RV, your premier RV dealer. They're offering unbeatable pricing during their fall reduction sale on a wide range of RVs, from cozy travel trailers to luxurious motorhomes. Hitch RV is dedicated to providing exceptional customer service and quality RVs. Visit them today at hitchrv.com/Berlin or call 856-629-7400. Hitch RV, your adventure awaits.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large, because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
It's your last chance to snag Dell Technologies' lowest prices of the year before the holidays. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. This is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Go for holiday bliss. Whether naughty or nice, you are not going to want to miss this. Go for nights that shine with friends, a toast so fine. Go to find Santa's place. Go to see that smiling face. Go to give the gift of cheer with the card that brings dreams near. With endless fun and things to do, it is the gift that keeps on giving too. Go for the dazzling lights. It's quite a sight. Go to Ocean Casino Resort for holiday magic of every sort.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Have we seen the best version of the Philadelphia Eagles this season? And I don't think it's off the board that might be the case, especially with the drama that's coming out right now. It's the players in the locker room that are doing that. Brandon Graham, as respected of a leader and a team captain as there is in the NFL, said, we can't let the personal get in the way of business. When they asked A.J. Brown what's going wrong with the team, he said, yeah, we got to work on passing. Pointing the finger at Jalen Hurts. That's not what you do if that's your guy and you got his back.
Chris Candy on Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN. What I thought is interesting, he said that we already seen the best version of the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's bring Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofAC.com into the conversation. Mike, is that a fair question to ask? Have we already seen the best version of the Philadelphia Eagles? Go ahead, Mike. Sorry. Whoa, hold on. We didn't have you pot through. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. You got me now?
We do have you now.
Okay, yeah. In light of what has happened the past few days, both on the field Sunday, in the post-game locker room on Sunday, and then Brandon Graham's little announcement on his radio show, Monday, it is a viable question to ask. And right now, Mike, I would like to offer my services out to the Philadelphia professional sports teams as a public relations expert. Do yourselves a favor and give me a call and say, should I go out there and say that the quarterback and star wide receiver are no longer friends? I'll advise you that perhaps that's not the smartest path to go down.
Was there a ulterior message there that he's trying to get out?
Well, first of all, let's analyze where it comes from. It comes from one of the more respected guys on the team. It comes from a veteran who is well-versed in Philadelphia media, is well-versed in handling reporters and handling questions right there. And I think he's trying to send a message to those guys saying, hey, we can't let interpersonal squabbles derail the greater team goal here. But I'm not so sure the best place to send that message is a WIP radio show.
Mike, you got obviously the quarterback who has struggled. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
Okay. And the wide receiver who says, what's wrong with this team? Passing. Is he taking the direct shot at Hurts, or do you think he's saying, I'm a part of the problem?
Well, I think he's taking a direct shot at Hurts, basically. And when Brandon Graham does what he says, the first thing that pops into my mind is it possible that Jalen Hurts is not throwing the ball to A.J. Brown because they don't like each other? And obviously, that enters my mind quickly, and then I kind of discount that. That cannot be what is happening. Yet, going into Sunday's game, you know it, and I know it. Everybody's going to be sitting in front of their television set, and every time Jalen Hurts drops back, they're going to be, was A.J. Brown open on that play? Did he go in a different direction? What's going on there? So you open up the whole kettle of worms there.
So is that why A.J. Brown does what he does? I mean, he had a little smirk on his face when he says, passing, and then he almost smiles right afterwards like, I know where this is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, he could be a receiver, and we know receivers tend to be divas, and when they don't get the ball, they're not happy. I think when looking at what Brandon Graham said, I would hope that he's addressing maybe Brown's post-game comments and saying, hey, we can't, fight our battles in public, but then he's taken the battle public right away. I mean, he took it, if A.J. Brown's comments put the stove at about a 2 or a 3, Brandon Graham comes in and pushes the stove to a Spinal Tap 11 with his comment.
Yeah, I think we all acknowledge that Brandon Graham put the blowtorch to this. If Graham doesn't say anything, where is this today?
It fades away over the course of a week, right? It just, as we begin to look towards the Steeler game, we focus our attention on different items. We start thinking about different things. It's the holidays. We get distracted. Jeffrey Lurie sells part of the team today. That becomes the main narrative, basically. It basically drifts away if they don't struggle against Pittsburgh. If the passing game struggles against Pittsburgh, then it comes back. But just like I said, people are going to be examining every time Jalen Hurts drops back on Sunday like they're looking at the Zabruta film.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And you wonder, like some people, let's get a couple text messages that I've been getting, get your reaction to some of them. And, this one says, is Jalen Hurts good enough to win the Super Bowl?
Well, yes, because they should have won the Super Bowl. They were a play or two away from winning the Super Bowl in 2022, and they lost to maybe one of the greatest quarterbacks, if not a guy who's on his way to being the greatest quarterback in NFL history in Pat Mahomes. So, yeah, can Jalen Hurts win the Super Bowl? Yeah, he was a fumble away, now with his own fumble, and maybe a holding penalty in the fourth quarter away from winning the Super Bowl 2 years ago. So, absolutely, Jalen Hurts can win the Super Bowl.
All right, so that text messenger followed up by saying, what has he done this year to show he's good enough to win the Super Bowl?
Well, valid question, because he hasn't been the same player since that Super Bowl. I like some of the stuff he's done with his legs this year. I think he's running more aggressively, making more big plays, but there's no doubt that he hasn't been the same player in last year or this year that he was in 2022. And the question is, can he get back to that 2022 level?
Got this text message. Mike, Jalen Hurts is just not good enough as a passer in year 5, bottom line. The Super Bowl was one game. How was his passing against the Buccaneers, the Niners, and the Giants in the playoffs?
Well, I mean, look, this team has had a lot of success over the years. I'll take Jalen Hurts' win-loss record and the Eagles' win-loss record the last 3 or 4 seasons since he became a starter. So, yeah, could he improve his passing? Is he a guy who's going to beat you with his arm alone? No, it's the combination of his arms and legs that makes him so tough. And that's something he maximized in 2022. It's something he didn't do in 2023 when, for whatever the reason was, maybe there was an injury we never heard about. He didn't run the football well. This year he's run the ball better, but the passing game has kind of gone backwards. And again, Mike, I'll throw it out there. Has the passing game gone a little bit backwards because you got to get the ball in Saquon Barkley's hands 20 to 25 times a game? So that's also a valid question. Maybe the passing game has gone backwards because you have a guy threatening the league rushing record.
Yeah, and A.J. Brown was asked about that. Scott Grayson said to him, how hard is it to get into a rhythm? And he said, extremely difficult. And, how do you balance that? Are they running the ball more because they're so good at it, or are they running the ball more because they don't trust the quarterback?
Look, if they weren't giving the ball to Saquon Barkley as much as they should or have, we'd probably be sitting here on the phone talking to each other saying, how come Barkley's only touching it 10 to 15 times a game? You paid $14 million for this running back. He's a dynamic guy. How come he's not getting the ball? I understand A.J. Brown not being happy, but I think part of the reason why the passing game has gone backwards a little bit is because of Barkley's emergence. And let's face facts, if Hurts hits Brown on one of those 2 touchdown passes where Brown was open and Hurts went in a different direction, if Hurts throws one of those passes to A.J. Brown and he catches a touchdown pass, are we even having this discussion today? Probably not.
Fair question. He was open on a bunch of them, both touchdowns he was open on and various others. I was watching Jason Avant today on NBC Philadelphia do a breakdown, and he picked out, I think he said 4 plays of which Hurts missed open receivers. He said, I could have picked out at least 10 more. And you wonder, is that every week or was it just this week? Dan Orlovsky asked a question yesterday, Mike. He said there's a difference between playing bad and being bad. Did he play bad or is he bad?
Yeah, I think he just missed some receivers that day and did not have a great game. Now, is that going to be a pattern going forward? That's going to be something to watch. My antenna is up right now because you've asked me this question a couple times in the past about last year's collapse. This team is 11-2 this year. They're 10-1 last year. Most teams in that situation, it would be, everybody would be happy, nothing but positivity coming out. What is it with this team that there always seems to be drama? 10-1 last year, they fall apart. 11-2 with two big games coming up, the Steelers on Sunday and then the Commanders in Washington the following week. Why does this team seem to go out of its way to sort of steer the car off the road themselves? This isn't their opponents doing this to them. This isn't the media doing this to them. This is the Philadelphia Eagles, in their own words, seeming to say, we're 11-2. Things are going so smoothly around here. Let's blow this thing up and make a big controversy and add in even more pressure into a big game on Sunday.
That is a combined record, by the way, of 21-3 over that stretch. And I would say this question. We talked about this before you came on, Mike. Jalen Hurts' win-loss record, Nick Sirianni's win-loss record. Both guys, for whatever reason, with the win-loss records they have, are not universally embraced. And I say, in the society we live in today, regular season success just is not good enough for the fans. It is Super Bowl, World Series, NBA championship, Stanley Cup, or you stink.
Yeah, I would agree, but I would say maybe the fans are a bit jaded, basically, by the regular season success. Go drive up the Turnpike 60 miles or up the Garden State Parkway up 60 miles and stop a guy in a Giants jersey, if you can even find one, because they're so bad nobody's wearing their Giants gear, and say, hey, how do you feel about your 11-2 team compared to a 2-11 team, basically? I sometimes think the fans get a little too carried away with postseason success. And this is a team that's had postseason success. They were in the Super Bowl in 2022. But, Mike, you're exactly right, and I'm guilty of it too. Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, great one-loss records, but deep in our hearts, do we believe that they are the quarterback and coach to win a Super Bowl? And if you ask me that, honestly, I don't know. They can get you to the Super Bowl, but can they win it? Time will tell.
Right, and I think a lot of this, Mike, is coach, quarterback. We know how important that is. Both guys got here, and a lot of first impressions. The first impression of both was, don't think this is the right guy. And it's hard to change people's minds to say, I was wrong about this guy. Because, like Jalen Hurts, I feel like right now this is an episode of, what's the show I mentioned before, where the guy's looking over the fence with the hat? Home Improvement. And it's all of the I told you so's that Jalen Hurts was not good enough. And those guys are coming out in full force right now saying that Super Bowl wasn't good enough, not good enough. He wasn't good enough. I told you so. And they're coming out now, pounding their chest saying, I told you he wasn't good enough, because their initial reaction was, I don't want this guy. Why did you draft this guy? We already have a quarterback. And it's hard to change those people's minds. Same with the coach. When they hired him, the reaction wasn't, man, smart. What a great move. The first reaction was, oh, man, this is going to be a disaster. And it's hard to change people's minds when they have their initial opinion.
Yeah, there's a narrative, absolutely, that goes in that different direction, that Nick Sirianni has worked uphill the whole way from that first press conference, basically. And then some of his sideline behavior has not exactly endeared himself to those, to some of the people that follow the team. And the questions about the coordinators, take a step back last year. How much actual in-game coaching or scheme coaching does Nick Sirianni do? There are questions about that. I think for Hurts, the real question is he has just not progressed. I mean, 2022, I thought he was excellent. I thought he had an excellent season. He has taken a step backwards in 2023 and 2024, but he's still a guy that is more than capable of leading you to playoffs and a championship. I believe he has just not progressed the way we thought he would. And that's okay. We sometimes think that guys get better every year. It's perfectly possible that the best year that Jalen Hurts might have in his career is the 2022 season. Does that mean he was bad in 2023, 2024? He'll be bad in 2025? I don't know, but he has not continued to progress in a straight line. And Mike, for all the drama, for all the questions about Sirianni and Hurts, the biggest issue is the Eagles are doing this to themselves. You have all A.J. Brown's got to do is stand up on Sunday and say, hey, we won the game. We're throwing the ball a little less this year, but we got Saquon Barkley. Look what he's doing. We're 11-2. We're winning the division. We're bound for the playoffs. Everything's good in here. All Brandon Graham has to come out and do and say, it's a balancing act, running and passing the football. Some days it's more than the other. I recognize that A.J. Brown is a wide receiver, like all wide receivers, wants to get the ball when he's open, but it's a balancing act. And so far, we've done it pretty well. We're 11-2. Neither guy did that. And as a result, you have a firestorm and questions of what exactly is going on with the Eagles. And I say, what is going on in that locker room that Nick Sirianni is not controlling that leads Brown and Graham to come out and make the statements they do? I mean, to me, Mike, I don't know how you feel. If Brandon Graham feels it's serious enough to go public with the problem between Hurts and Brown, that leads to me that this isn't a minor squabble or something. It means to be that there's a pretty big issue between those guys in the locker room. If he feels the need, he's got to come out and publicly say they got to get their act together.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Because it's Brandon Graham, I think it's more serious than
exactly.
Yeah, because it's Brandon Graham. If it's not, Brandon Graham, he's the kind of guy that wears his heart on his sleeve. And him saying that and the way he said it, the sound in his voice was, I'm worried about this because I want to win so bad. And I know we need these two guys to be on the same page. And for whatever reason, they're not right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And because, go back to what I originally said, because it's a guy who's so experienced with the media. This isn't like Cooper DeJean all of a sudden getting up in front of the locker room and saying, we got to do this or we got to do that. This is a guy who's been part of the Eagles forever. This is a guy who's well-versed in talking to reporters. This is a guy who I've heard him call into radio shows just out of the blue. He knows what he's doing. So he's trying to send a message. And that to me says, that the problem between Hurts and Brown is no small thing. If a guy like Brandon Graham is publicly telling the two of them they got to get their act together for the good of the team.
Mike McGarry, Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Eagles, Steelers, we'll dive into it. Hot stove on Friday. All that right here on the Sports Bash. Thank you, Mike.
All right, Mike, we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Mike McGarry on Friday. Well, he'll be back. And here on the Sports Bash Wednesday, we've got so much more coming up, including we'll take your text messages right now at 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Hit us up there. We'll read and react to them coming up next.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small.
Can't wake up without it.
Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
With GMF financing to qualify buyers, excludes Traverse and Corvette, excludes prior sales.
If you're looking for a new or used vehicle, right now is the most wonderful time of the year. Why? Because it's Bennett Chevy's end-of-year sell-down with the most wonderful offers you can find anywhere. Bennett's got new Chevys at an unbelievable $1,000 below the GM supplier employee price. That's right, $1,000 below our employee's price. Plus, you keep all the rebates, saving you up to 20% off your new Bennett Chevrolet. Save even more with available 0% financing. At Bennett, you get it all. Looking for used? Bennett's paying a minimum $10,000, even for the worst trade. Yes, a minimum 10 grand towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. Just imagine how much more Bennett Chevy will pay for a good trade that actually runs. And you'll love Bennett's relaxed, no-pressure atmosphere, because our sales team is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Together, let's drive at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Let's face it, winter can be a hard season. It's cold pretty much all the time. Blizzard. You have to shovel. Another blizzard. You slip on ice. But you know what makes winter suck a little less? Getting a free phone. Join Cricket Nation and get a free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G. Ooh, ouch. Welcome to enjoying more. Welcome to Cricket Nation. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must open a new line on the $60 unlimited plan. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. The Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them as the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. And this just in. It's their Eagles football special. Your table receives free tandoori, spicy chicken wings if the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. Join them for a special lunch buffet, Fridays through Sundays from 11:30 to 3 p.m. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost hundreds of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I'd gone from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get started right now and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0 at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
Well, Mama C, look how many are on the list.
That's right, Papa C. I've moved all customers Philly and New Jersey to Matt Blatt Nissan's best deal list.
Wait, huh? But what about their trades?
Get to Matt Blatt Nissan because everyone's off the naughty list. Get a 120% gift over KBB fair market value for your old sled. Plus new Nissan Rogue, 0 down, 0% financing for 60 months.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
New 2025 Matt Blatt Nissan Sentra. 159 per week with 0 security deposits. Have a job clearing $450 per week. You're virtually approved today. MattBlattNissan.com. Unapproved credit through NEMAC. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle plus tax tag and $589 doc fee. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to MattBlattNissan.com for complete details. 39 months, 10,000 miles, 1,500 due through NEMAC. VIN SY231958. MSRP 22,730. Offer ends 1/4/2025. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Three stars of the game. They're brought to you by our friends at Kindle, Auto Plaza, Stone Harbor Boulevard, Cape May Courthouse. Here we go from our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso. The Flyers, 3 stars of the game last night. Flyers up 4-1 last night. They end up winning the game by a score of 5-3. So the score not really indicative of how the game actually went last night, but Flyers 3 stars of the game brought to you, of course, by Kindle. And that goes to number 3, Matvei Michkov. 2 assists. Keeps that point streak going with multiple points, +2 in the game. Morgan Frost had a goal and an assist last night for the Flyers, and it was Travis Konecny, 2 goals, 3 shots on goal for the Flyers, who win 5-3 over the Columbus Blue Jackets. My guys are back on the ice Thursday night against the Red Wings, Saturday against the Wild. That's a 2 o'clock start, and that will be on our sister station, Rock 1041. Both games will be on our sister station, Rock 1041. Flyers win 5-3.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. Eagles continue the 2024 season Sunday afternoon at the Lake, hosting the Pittsburgh Steelers.
They're down 5. Here comes the rush. They've got him! It is Gardner Johnson with the sack.
Eagles Radio Network coverage begins at 3 p.m. Merrill and Mike call all the action starting at 4:25. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Go to get your game on at the Gathering Bar Booking Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheer your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports team and go for the endless screen. Go to the Gathering. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking all states first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before posting a tailgate.
Let's fire up.
Let me try. Seriously, you didn't check the propane? Yeah, check the propane. So check all the states first for a quote that can save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Illinois.
December, and all across the lot, the people were raving about the kids they got. It was the best holiday ever, and everyone had it made because Matt Black Kia gave them more for their trade. Currently buried in a low release, Matt Black Kia wants to get you released into your brand new all-wheel drive. Get 40% surrender SUV, 0 down, 0 payments till March, or 0% for 48 months. Also, any old flag, because if you have a job, $34.50 per week, you can be approved. And drive home in a brand new K4, just $159 per month lease with 0 security deposits and only $36.52.
Gotta be a Matt Black kid.
This is great. $15.89 per thousand dollars. Not all qualified credit may affect that payment. Offers can be denied. Go to Matt Black Kia. K.com for details or 888-505-6670. Prices include all costs prepaid by consumer except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMS. Rebate and incentives to dealer expires 1425. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike in Harbor Township and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Let's play Bet Your Life. It's the game show where you gamble not only your life, but those of your passengers and fellow drivers when you get behind the wheel after drinking.
If only it was just a game. It only takes one bad decision to change your life forever. Getting behind the wheel after you've been drinking is one of them. Don't play games that nobody can win. Drive sober or get pulled over. This message brought to you by NHTSA.
Hey, AI, how many touchdowns did the Eagles score in the 2023 season?
The Eagles scored 49 touchdowns in the 2023 season.
Hey, AI, I had a fall recently. I need to recover. Please help me walk again.
I'm sorry, but that is beyond my capabilities.
Hey, AI, my parents are getting older and I can't care for them by myself. Can you help me care for them?
I'm sorry, that is beyond my capabilities. AI will never replace care, but here's what I found for the best care near you. Autumn Lake Healthcare Centers, trusted leaders in skilled nursing rehabilitation and senior care, and proud partners of the Philadelphia Eagles. No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
I got a quick listen on shopping.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, vos está pronto. Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
With GMF financing, the qualified buyers excludes Traversing Corvette, excludes fire sales.
If you're looking for a new or used vehicle, right now is the most wonderful time of the year. Why? Because it's Bennett Chevy's end-of-year sell-down with the most wonderful offers you can find anywhere. Bennett's got new Chevys at an unbelievable $1,000 below the GM supplier employee price. That's right, $1,000 below our employee's price. Plus, you keep all the rebates, saving you up to 20% off your new Bennett Chevrolet. Save even more with available 0% financing. At Bennett, you get it all. Looking for used? Bennett's paying a minimum $10,000, even for the worst trade. Yes, a minimum 10 grand towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. Just imagine how much more Bennett Chevy will pay for a good trade that actually runs. And you'll love Bennett's relaxed, no pressure atmosphere, because our sales team is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Together, let's drive at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
What really dropped the bomb on everything was Brandon Graham. You got to think about this from Graham's perspective. One of their leaders, one of the best players that's been on the Eagles in the last several years, and he's sidelined with an injury. He can't go out there and help on the field. So from his perspective, you're watching, you're trying to help guys from the sideline. He, I think, brought this to attention. This guy's a vet. He knows what he's doing to get the issue solved. When it's out there, now it has to be addressed.
That was Devin McCourty, who thinks that Brandon Graham was rather calculated in what he said and when he said it. He can't help on the field, so he wanted to make sure the guys in the locker room knew that he was still paying attention and to get your act together. We got a lot of topics to get into. Ryan Rothstein's a podcaster, a blogger, and of course has been a part of the Sports Bash for a couple of years. And Wednesdays, we break it down here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. So Brandon Graham, was he calculated with what he did? I think that's an interesting take there. Other players have kind of said something to that effect. Who's at fault here? Let's get into that right now. What's going on, Rye?
How we doing, brother? We got a lot here. We got a lot to work in. So I'm excited to share my thoughts on all of this.
Yes, tell me. Let's hear where you stand at the top of this thing. You know, Brandon Graham apologized. Did he even need to?
No, that's I sort of SMH'd that when I saw that headline earlier today that BG came out and apologized. I get it, right? BG is just a lovable legend here in the city and just Delaware Valley for Birds fans, so he doesn't want to come off the wrong way. I understand it. I just don't agree with it. I don't think it was necessary because I looked at it at first pre-apology like, okay, BG is calculated in this, right? BG has been in this locker room a long time. He's dealt with the media for a long time. And I felt like it was a calculated move from Brandon Graham to bring that up, to the media. Because he knew it had to get resolved and it has to get resolved, right? So I'm sort of looking at this thing and I'm seeing a lot of different fingers getting pointed as far as the blame game. And I can only point my finger to one person. And it may sound crazy, but I think this is on Nick Sirianni because as the head coach, who's the CEO, who's not calling plays, who is known as the delegator and the passionate leader, you need to have a firm grip and a grasp on your locker room. And you need to know when a star player is frustrated, right? A.J. Brown has been visibly frustrated for weeks. His numbers are down. The passing game is sort of non-existent because it hasn't had to be existent. They've had success. But you have to know that A.J. Brown is upset. You have to be transparent with him. You have to communicate with him. And you have to nip this in the butt before it ever gets to this point. I blame the head coach.
So Nick Sirianni is at fault in this situation would be your assessment.
Yeah, that's how I just broke it down. I mean, react to, I guess, everything I just said. And do you agree? Do you disagree? Who do you blame if you had to blame someone?
I don't know that there is any blame here. I just think this is something that happens over the course of a year and that you have big goals. I say this a lot when like there's times over the course of a year where your team plays a game that you're just like, that's not the game we normally play. And then I think there's overreaction to that. You play youth baseball. You beat a team 6-3, and you thought you were going to beat them 10-1. And then all of a sudden, everyone's like, you got to change the lineup. You got to move this guy. You got to do this. And I'm saying and that doesn't mean I'm right.
Yeah.
My way of handling these things as a coach a lot of times, though, and I'm wondering if Nick Sirianni is, and the players as well. Big picture, are we good enough to win the Super Bowl? And I think the game on Sunday entered some doubt into A.J. Brown's mind. He may have had some doubt, but they beat the Ravens. That's a good team. He may have had some doubts, but they beat Washington. That's a team that people perceived at the time to be a pretty good team. So they're beating good teams. The way they played on Sunday, I think maybe some doubt crept in that maybe my assertion was wrong, and I don't want that to happen, so I'm going to voice my opinion about it. And I think Sirianni, as the coach, his role here is, what is the best way for us to win a Super Bowl? And Brown came out and said that. I don't think that Sirianni gave him a reason to do that. I think it was just a situation of, I want to win. I was asked a question. And the way he answered the question, I think, was he was trying to be quick and terse and just get it over with and move on from it.
Mm.
Graham threw a blowtorch at the thing and made it bigger.
I don't know. I hear you. And I agree that BG made it bigger. But come on, A.J. Brown, he got into it with the media not too long ago. Like, he knows how things work and operate here in the city. And he knew he was clearly and visibly frustrated, man. And as a star player, you need to understand fair, foul, and it's not fair, but you have to understand how your answers are going to get, people are going to pick that up and run with it. And it was already starting to gain traction. So, I mean, listen, that's my 2 cents on it. I will say this.
I don't look, he's not absolved of this, but the question is, what does he do now to come in and make sure that the thing has been finalized? Because what Graham does is he gets the whole organization involved. He gets the PR department involved. He has to make everybody answer questions all week long. And I think Graham brought it to a level that it didn't need to be to get to.
I think that's fair. But for me, BG's a smart dude. I say the only reason why BG does that is because it's maybe worse than we even can anticipate or predict. I don't know. I'm not trying to look glass half empty. I just try and figure out, how does 2 + 2 = 4 in this situation? I will say this. A.J. Brown last year at this point had 20 more catches, 200 more yards. He was
well. Keep in mind, he missed 3 or 4 games this year.
Fair, very, very fair, very fair. But his numbers were much more significant. He was targeted a lot more.
Because his yards per game are about the same.
Okay. I mean, I looked at it right now this year. He's at 800 yards. And then I believe I compared it to the same amount of games last year, like 10, whatever it is, 11 and 11. But regardless, we all know the production is down because Saquon's getting the heavy load. I mean, that's just how it is right now.
Yeah, and this is coming a week after A.J. Brown's on the sideline telling Saquon Barkley, you're not the best running back in the game. You're the best player in the game. So I think A.J. wants to be a part of all this. I think but in a game that you're playing Carolina, and I think these guys are human too, and they're saying, we're better than Carolina. We're 3 scores better than Carolina. What the heck is going on here? That is when, the thing gets crazy sometimes, and you're like, I want to win the Super Bowl so bad, and that game made me think that we're not good enough.
And let's look back a little bit to just August, right before this season started. I looked at an old article from ESPN.com, August 2024, detailing how Nick Sirianni needs to fix his relationship with the quarterback, Jalen Hurts, right? Like last year, it was a known thing that Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni were not on the same page. And then it was reported that they mended that going into this season. But you look at Jalen Hurts' numbers, A.J. Brown and the issues he's allegedly having, right? You sort of sit here and say, are things as good as maybe we thought they were behind closed doors? And can they win a Super Bowl the way they've been going?
So did Sirianni today, he addressed it. Was that enough? He said 100%. He spoke to both guys, and there's 100% from him that this is behind them. And then, quite frankly, I don't even think he said behind them, because I don't think he is insinuating there is anything. I think he's saying 100% that this has been addressed and we have moved on.
I don't know. How can we make anything of that, man? Right? Like, what? It's nothing. It's coach speak. He said the right thing, but we don't know.
Of course,
right?
yeah, it's coach speak. There's no question about it. He's just trying to.
He's trying to move on by saying that. You know what I mean? Like, he's trying to bury this thing, and that is one of the best ways to go about it. Is in the presser, the weekly presser. He's saying this thing is done and over with, but we'll see.
So like but like this is where I think this is interesting because Sirianni gets questioned all the time. What does he do? He doesn't call the plays. He doesn't. What he does is these things, and this is where we played the bite in the first hour from Jason Kelsey on his podcast. That Nick holds people more accountable than any coach he's ever been around. Well, here is the moment that now the question is, who does he need to hold accountable? Is there somebody that even needs to be held accountable? Is it AJ? Is it Hurts? Is it Brandon Graham? Does somebody need to be held accountable? But this is where Jason Kelsey says, hey, this is where Nick's is best. He holds people accountable more than any other coach I've ever been around.
I mean, yeah, that's a heck of a stamp of approval from a legend, but I don't think accountability is necessarily the issue here. Right? Like Sirianni, he has to do his job now and fix this, right? However bad this is and however broken this is, we don't truly know where we're sitting, MG. But you're right. This is where he needs to earn his contract because this is allegedly what he does best.
Right.
So,
if this thing goes off the rails again and it goes down to the point where they can't fix it and it just completely got out of control, then yes, you go back and say, this is where Nick had a chance to kind of step in as the head coach, tell these guys to get on the same page. And if it doesn't happen and they lose this game and then they lose to Washington and there's more bickering, then I think you turn to the coach and say, but I think it's the same people that have to say, if this thing doesn't go off the racks, have to say, you know what? I got to give Nick credit. He kept this thing and kept them moving forward.
have you seen enough in the passing game? Right? I'm
No.
just curious.
Monday was, to me, I thought the game on Sunday was one of the perpetually worst games. I mean, he's had moments in games where, he missed that throw. I thought it was all day long. He just missed play after play after play. To which, Dan Orlovsky asked the question. He said there's a difference between playing bad and being bad. Did he just play bad that day? Did he just have a bad game?
But it's not even just that game, right? And I hear you, but just look at Jalen Hurts' numbers and in the passing game throughout the whole year, it's very, very mundane and average. Now he has to be better.
Exactly. That's the hard part here. And then it's like a ball of yarn. You just start to keep asking more questions. Well, they haven't asked him to do a lot because they haven't needed him to do a lot. And because he hasn't done a lot, I haven't really evaluated him maybe under the microscope that I should. But, the guy's completing almost 70% of his passes. I mean, he's got 16 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. His quarterback rating is 102. I mean, I don't know what stat people like. Somebody, we brought this up last week. He was 8th in the league in QBR, and he was 8th in the league in quarterback rating. So by every single metric, he has been a top 10 passer in the league this year.
By some of the most important metrics, you're right. But then you look at his attempts. His attempts are very low, which impacts the rating, right?
This is like, in the NBA world, you got a guy shooting 45% from 3, but he only takes 3 a game, as opposed to a guy that takes 10 a game and shoots 38%. Which guy would you rather have?
Right, exactly. I mean, the 10 a game guy is the sharpshooter, right? I mean, so it's like there is a big difference there when you're 14 of 19, 11 of 19, 12 of 18, 100 yards. It's like, listen, the reality is the passing game is going to have to win you a big playoff game. We all know it. It may not be every playoff game, but he's going to have to ball out at some point.
I would agree with that. Now, by the way, by QB rating, he is the 7th quarterback in the league. And by QBR, he is the 9th quarterback in the league. So he's, by the way, ahead of Patrick Mahomes in QBR, and in quarterback rating, he is also ahead of Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, by the way. So I don't know what you want to do with quarterback rating that's suggesting that Jalen Hurts is playing at a better level than Josh Allen this year. So I think that stat gets thrown out the window.
Fair. And he has total touchdowns. I mean, Jalen Hurts is right at the top of the entire NFL between rushing and passing. I don't know the number off the top of my head. I was trying to find it, but So yes, he's been doing a lot of great things. He just hasn't had any wow, 350 yards, 28 of 34, right? Like we haven't seen that game in a long time.
We have not. And listen, it's a weird dynamic. This is like a chicken or the egg. Are they not throwing because they don't trust the quarterback? Or are they not throwing because their running game's so good?
That's the thing. The obvious answer is the running game, but look at last year. There were issues and disagreements on play calling in the offense. Now I know Kellen Moore.
They didn't have Saquon Barkley last year.
Right. They didn't have Saquon. They didn't have Kellen Moore. So things look a whole heck of a lot different right now.
This is one thing that I looked at yesterday and I think is interesting. Kellen Moore worked with Justin Herbert last year for about half the year. He got hurt. He had Dak Prescott before that. Is he running this offense and saying, I didn't have any problem running these plays with those guys, and now I'm having an issue. This guy's missing my version of CeeDee Lamb. I'm running plays for A.J. Brown that I ran for CeeDee Lamb. Dak Prescott is having amazing seasons, just firing him the ball on a slant and letting him do his thing, and my guy now can't make that throw. So I don't know if this is on Kellen Moore, because there's that element. We always love to blame the coaches. Is he not coaching him enough to make that throw?
That's the thing. But then even last year, go look at last year's rumors and articles, right? There were discussions that Jalen Hurts was getting reeled in too much by the previous regime and Nick Sirianni, right? So once again, is it Nick Sirianni saying, you know what? We have Saquon, and I don't know if Jalen's ready to, we're not ready to unleash him, so to speak. And we have the MVP, so let's hand it off.
Well, let's see how they bounce back on Sunday. It'll be a big test to see if this bust everything open to success or bust everything open to another downward spiral. What else we got?
Oh man, it's never boring here in Philly, dude. It really is not. Obviously a lot of Nick Sirianni talk and just transitioning, staying with the head coach and transparency theme or lack thereof. I wanted to bring this up to you. What Topper did with Alec Boehm, I loved how he said, I don't know if you saw this, but he came out and said, he gave him a call because he wanted to be transparent. He wanted to check in on his guy, see how he's doing, right? That's just the perfect example of a leader, isn't it?
Yes, I think, but I don't know that he was telling the truth.
No, why? You think Topper's lying?
I talked about this yesterday. I feel like what Topper said needs to be examined a little closer. He said, we're not shopping you, but that doesn't mean people aren't calling about you. You're a good player, so people are going to call, which means, translation to me, if we get an offer, we have to move you, but we're not calling people about you, which I don't know that I believe that either.
Yeah, that's a little bit, I don't know, doesn't matter right at the end. It's not you, it's me type of thing. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, hey, bro, you might get traded. How you doing? How you holding up? Right. I think that's what I take from that. And I respect that, where a lot of fans are have been coming at Topper. He's got to go. He's the problem.
Well, listen, a lot of people don't like Thompson. I get it. But I think in this situation here, him coming out and saying that, I said yesterday that to me was a pretty bold statement by him, because if they end up moving him, it makes him look bad.
Really? Why do you think that?
Because he becomes the guy that's that James Harden says is a liar, right? Rob Thompson told me they weren't shopping me. Then 2 days later, they traded me.
Yeah, but to your point, he sort of said, we're not actively shopping you, but we are fielding calls potentially, right?
If Boehm takes it that way, but he might not. He might say, dude, Topper called me personally, told me they weren't trading me, and then 2 days later they did. What kind of bleep off are you? That's why I was surprised. That's why I was surprised that Topper was so transparent in saying, I called him to tell him we're not shopping him.
I know. Listen, I like it. It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? We always want transparency as media members and fans. And when we see it, it's like we critique it. And if we don't see it, we critique the lack thereof.
Well, if he doesn't end up trading him, then yeah, he did what he was supposed to do. He called him up, told him, I'm not moving you, don't worry. And, we're not going to move you. But I don't know that that's the case. Do you think that Bohm is definitively not being traded?
Oh, no, I don't believe that at all. I believe there's a very strong chance he's traded.
Right. So then again, I go back to why would Topper put himself out there like that to tell him that?
Yeah, he sort of is, getting in front of the train when he didn't need to. I get your perspective there, and it's valid. All right, I wanted to bring up one or two more things. Obviously, Juan Soto news is a couple days old at this point, but almost $800 million in the division here. How does that impact things as it relates to the Phils? What do you think?
Big time. I mean, obviously the Mets beat you last year. Now they've added another offensive piece that they didn't have last year that's better than anything they had last year. So, yeah, they've upgraded big time. The Phillies won the division by 6 games. I think his WAR was about a 6 or something, like the impact there. It should be like that. They've closed the gap on you, whether they've surpassed you or not. They've certainly closed the gap and put more pressure. So have the Braves. But I also think that this is a sign that the Mets are here to play ball. They're spending money, and you have to now realize that they're spending money, and it's big money. And if you're not willing to do it, where are you? Like John Middleton, do you want to spend the money that Steve Cohen's spending, or do you want to just say, hey, we got $300 million guys and we're cool with that?
Well, yeah, I mean, let's be fair. I'm not advocating to go drop $800 million on one dude, regardless of his talent level. I get it. But John Middleton hasn't been shy with the pen on paper for his checkbooks. He's willing to blow money.
No, I agree. But there's a guy in your division who's now up the ante to another level. The Mets were spending money. They were still in the same stratosphere as you were. In fact, I think they spent more money than you did last year, but it was comparable. They took the $300 million thing and then kicked the door down and said, no, we're going to $765 million. What's your response?
Dude, $800 million is absolutely bonkers. I mean, guys are going to be getting $1 billion soon.
Well, listen, I wrote an article at 97.3ESPN.com about the fact that the Astros are looking to trade Kyle Tucker. Why? Because they're saying his next contract, he's a free agent at the end of the season, he's going to be in the $400 million range. This is where these players are going now. When you give one guy $700 and then the next guy gets $765, the next group of guys aren't going to sit here and say, I want $110. No, they're going to say, okay, maybe I'm not $7, but I'm $350. Right. I'm $4. And I feel like this is going to be a big problem, and this is in the weeds a little bit. This is a little inside baseball, but all of these regional sports networks are going out of business. Baseball has no baseball national deal. You know, they don't have what the NBA has on ESPN and TNT, and then next year going to NBC and Amazon Prime. They don't have what football has with Fox, CBS, ESPN, Amazon Prime. They don't have those deals out there. This money used to come from the regional sports networks, which are going under right now. Where are these baseball teams going to be able to pay these salaries? You know where they're going to pay? Your beer is going up to $16 now.
Yeah. Beer and parking, buckle up. Beer, parking, and hot dogs are going up, skyrocketing. Great. One more thing. Sixers. I wanted to squeeze it in before we got to get out of here. You know, I see a lot of fans, and there was an article actually written about this on thesportingnews.com. Should the Sixers call it quits on Paul George after the recent news down in Miami that Butler wants out? I say no way. I want to keep Paul George and see how it plays out.
We had this during the Nuggets the other day. The Sixers went into this knowing it was a 3-year thing. They're not going to bail on it in the first 2 months of the first year. They want to see these guys on the court together. Embiid finally addressed this knee problem, and he said he's like depressed about it, yada, yada. I don't know if that clears up anything. No, of course it doesn't. But I think the Sixers want to see this through. They've won 4 out of 5, by the way, and no one's paying attention. But are they starting to look like, hey, I'm figuring out my rotations a little bit more. I have a better idea? Maybe.
A little bit. Listen, things can change quickly in the NBA. So it feels like the season could be salvageable right now for the moment.
All right. There's a little Wednesday edition, Wise Rye. You could check him out on Twitter at Wise Rye, TikTok, Facebook, you name it. He's got plenty of content out there. Ryan Rothstein is a podcaster and a blogger, and of course, a member of the Sports Batch. We got so much more. We got Christmas season coming up, so we'll get into all the holiday stuff And the bowl games are here. By the way, Rich Rod, is he coming back to were you there when Rich Rod was the coach?
No, he left right before I got there.
Okay.
Basically, my arrival was the beginning of the end for Duncan.
Well, he might be back. We'll see. Keeping an eye on that. Could be my boy Anthony Becht. He's one of the finalists for the job. It's Becht, Rich Rod, Jeff Monken, and Brian Hartline, I think, interviewed the Ohio State wide receiver coach out there. I think he played for did he play for the Dolphins? Is that Brian Hartline? All right, man. We'll see you again next week.
All right, man. Later.
All right, there you go. Ryan Rothstein every Wednesday here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. All right, Bob Wankel, we're going to talk a little bit of the Phils in the winter meetings and the hot stove. What is next for the Phils? That's next. This is the Sports Bash.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for you.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin. No way! Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Dude, it's time to head to Grandma's for the holiday feast.
I mean, didn't you just smoke a bowl?
Yeah, but it's cool, man. Grandma won't notice.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Someone noticed, and it wasn't Grandma. If you think that others can't tell that you've been smoking marijuana and driving high, think again. Always remember, if you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
If you're currently stuck in a loan or lease, AJ the Trade Man can get you released. MattBlattNissan.com. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Did you know there's a better way to use the bathroom? With a Squatty Potty. Squatty Potty is the original toilet stool, built to get your body into a natural squatting position on the toilet. It's clinically proven to reduce strain, time on the toilet, and get more poop out. Find yours today. Available at Walmart and Amazon.com. Join 8 million people who are having the best poop of their life. I mean, you're not going to use the bathroom with them, but you get what I'm saying. Squatty Potty, the #1 way to go #2.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Looking for the perfect RV to hit the open road this fall? Look no further than Hitch RV, your premier RV dealer. They are offering unbeatable pricing during their fall reduction sale on a wide range of RVs, from cozy travel trailers to luxurious motorhomes. Hitch RV is dedicated to providing exceptional customer service and quality RVs. Visit them today at hitchrv.com/Berlin or call 856-629-7400. Hitch RV, your adventure awaits.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves.
Curbside pickup available and the lowest prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
It's your last chance to snag Dell Technologies' lowest prices of the year before the holidays. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. This is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost hundreds of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com to get your free insurance benefits check and see your eligibility in minutes. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I've gone from 237 to 195. This was life altering. And if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get started right now with your free insurance benefits check and see your eligibility for coverage in minutes at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
For 75 years, Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning has been the name you trust, where one call does it all. Jenkins expert technicians have been delivering top-notch service to local homeowners. Renovating your kitchen or bath? Call Jenkins. Need a new heating or air conditioning system, service or maintenance, or even ductless air conditioning? Jenkins has you covered. They also specialize in water heaters, boilers, oil service, plumbing and drain cleaning, water line, and sewer main repairs or replacements. Call 609-641-6262 or visit JenkinsandSons.com today.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
And I know the rumors are flying all over the place. We're not shopping him, but people are approaching us on him. So you
Thompson yesterday at the winter meetings, courtesy of MLB Network. We're not shopping Alec Boehm. Really? What are you doing, Topper? You're going to make yourself look bad. Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad, is back. Winter meetings, nothing too hot for the Phils yet. Although Rob Thompson basically said the only name that's been mentioned in trade is not being shopped. Do we really believe that? Let's bring Bob Wankel into the conversation. As the Phillies, are they even the favorite now in the NL East as we talk on December the 11th? What's going on, buddy? How are you?
Mike, what's up, man? Good to talk to you. It's been a little bit here.
Been a while because the Phillies are quiet, a little sleepy town. Let's start there. Soto goes to the Mets. That's the first move. They did lose, what's his name, to the A's. Who's the pitcher? Who went to the A's for a ridiculous amount of money? Man, who's the pitcher that went to the A's for the ridiculous? The A's signed someone, and no one knows who I'm talking about. They gave him $68 million.
Here's the deal.
Young kids in the room. I'm not yelling at you. I got one guy, all he does is watch sports. The Mets have one pitcher. He signed with Sacramento.
What's his name? Severino.
Severino, yes. Yeah. So they lose Severino. They get Soto. Mets, Phillies.
I got to tell you, I thought you had a third-party panel in there that was chiming in to answer that, so I let it go for a second. I was on the lag.
I have like 48-year-old mind syndrome. I just forget these names sometimes, but I knew who I was talking about, Severino.
Listen,
I can tell you the details of the deal. 3 years, $68 million.
I think it's definitely been a slow start for the Phillies this winter. You go out the way that they did against the Mets in October, and I think that everybody wants to see a shakeup. They want to see movement. They want to see big deals, big names, and really get the feeling like this team's all in to try to win a championship. And so far, and it's very early, that has not happened. I don't think that Juan Soto was ever realistic for the Phillies, and I don't think it's a huge deal that they missed out on Juan Soto, though certainly having him in New York for the next 15 years isn't helpful. But the Phillies have
at least 8 of those years. At least 8 of those years. The last 7, they should be fine.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But I think the Phillies have a lot of work to do. They need another starting pitcher. They need another outfielder. And in my opinion, though, maybe Dave Dombrowski will tell you that they're setting their bullpen or can win with their bullpen as currently constructed. They need to add there as well. They just don't have enough.
Jordan Romano not doing it for you?
Jordan Romano is a decent arm who had a rough go of it last year, got hurt, only appeared in 15 games, but the 3 years prior, he had saved a total of 95 games. He's good against right-handers and left-handers. One of the things I like about him is he can actually strike guys out in high leverage situations, which was one of the reasons I really did not like Estevez here. I don't like guys that don't miss bats. Romano, when he's right, can do that, and he is a little bit flexible in terms of how you utilize him in splits. So he's an intriguing option, but he's definitely a buy low guy. Good in the 15 games that he appeared last year. So, listen, I think he's interesting, but when you pair him up with, when you pair him up with Matt Strahm and Alvarado and Kerkering, I don't know. I just don't think it's enough. I don't think that they have enough back there.
Yeah, so Romano, closer. We'll see what happens. Do they bring Hoffman back? Do they bring Estevez back? They lose one. They pair Romano replaces the other. That could be a possibility there. What do you make of the comments from Rob Thompson, who basically says, look, I had to call Bohm. Says, I know the rumors are flying. We're not shopping him, but people are approaching us, so we got to listen. Is that his way to say, we're not calling people about you, but they're calling us?
Yeah, I mean, it's good management by Rob Thompson. It's just how you handle human beings. You try to make them feel better when their names are in the news, and especially the way that Alec Bohm's season ended. I think you need to try to instill some confidence in a guy and try to make him feel a little bit better in the very possible event that he's going to be back in Philly. I mean, what are you going to do? Call him up and say, like, yeah, look, man, we really are kicking the tires here. You're not the best fit for us. We're trying to trade you. I mean, I don't think that you want to do that. And, listen, I think the Phillies have probably had some meaningful conversations involving Alec Bohm. And so far, it seems like either teams don't value Bohm the way that the Phillies do. And whether that's because they're slow playing it or the Phillies simply overvalue Bohm, we'll see what happens. But he is a guy, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think they should trade. And I think it would be unwise not to if they can get something nearing equal value back.
Yeah, we saw Garrett Crochet traded. I want to get your take, though, on why do you feel that a lot of the names that the Phillies kept asking for Bohm reportedly in return were pitchers? Crochet out in Seattle. Logan Gilbert was one. They asked for another pitcher from the Seattle. Why does it seem that every time they want to make a big move, it's for a top-end starter?
I think they feel like that is their easiest path to making themselves a true, more foolproof World Series contender. I think that there's a lot of interest in Roki Sasaki, right? And part of that has to do with the financials. They can only pay him $1 million if you were to elect to come to Philadelphia. So that's attractive to them. But I think that they feel like that their best shot to really compete is to have the best rotation in baseball. Like that's the closest thing they can do to be excellent in any one phase of the game.
Yeah, the pitching thing for me, see if you agree a little bit too, is at any time Wheeler and Noller can take a step back with their age. And if that happens, you better have another guy. That being said, Ranger Suarez, how available do you think he is?
I think he's available. I think that if he were a guy, if you look at a potential Kyle Tucker trade with Houston and they want an infielder and they say, okay, Alec Bohm is good enough because we might lose Bregman and they want another major league ready impact starting pitcher, Ranger Suarez could sort of profile as that guy. Then you'd have to throw in another prospect, a meaningful prospect on top of it to get it done. But could you at least have a meaningful conversation with the Astros at that point where they don't just laugh and hang up at you? Yeah. Like, or on you. Yeah. I think so. So yeah, I do think that they would consider Ranger Suarez if they felt like that the backfill would be sufficient.
Yeah. So let's go there because there was a report that they did call about Tucker or they're interested in Tucker and that the Astros need a corner infielder and a starting pitcher, major league ready. The Phillies obviously have those two, have to figure out, but Tucker's left-handed and he's been a top-of-the-order guy last year. He's hit number 5, but does that deter you at all, or is he too good? He would be a free agent at the end of the year, but is he too good that you'd be willing to give up whatever and say, I got to get a left-handed Kyle Tucker to play? Gold Glove level outfielder too, by the way.
Yeah. Well, the downside is that he's a free agent after next year, so you're running a lot of risk. If you trade away Bohm and Suarez and a prospect of significance, then you only have him under control for a year. And I don't think, based on what we just saw Juan Soto get, not that he'll command the same contract, I don't think that Kyle Tucker is going to be in any rush to sign with the team long-term prior to hitting free agency. So that's the real downside. But in terms of the player, forget being left-handed. He averaged 30 home runs a year from 21 to 23. He hit 23 home runs last year in only 78 games played. And the thing that I like about him is that he's never struck out 100 times in a season. The Phillies had 5 everyday players strike out at least 100 times last year, 4 of which struck out at least 130 times. And Bryson Stott would have struck out 100 plus times had he played every day. Trey Turner would have struck out 150 times had he not gotten hurt. And Kyle Tucker is a totally different type of player. He has the offensive upside, the ceiling, the power, all the tools, and he doesn't strike out. And he has competitive at-bats consistently. Man, he'd be a good fit in that lineup.
Do you make anything from Dombrowski kind of downplaying that they're going to be aggressive, and it almost felt like he was okay with bringing this team back again?
Yeah, I mean, look, people are going to go down there. They're going to sell tickets. The Phillies are going to win as constructed, probably somewhere between 86 and 90 games, and they might be very much in the division race. The problem for the Phillies is 5 of the 5 teams with the best World Series odds next year, 3 of them come from the NL East, and 2 of them right now are slotted ahead of them in the Braves and the Mets. So it's an ultra competitive division. Could the Phillies take the approach that, like, look, we're good enough. We know that we're going to be a playoff team. Let's wait and see how the division shakes out. Let's see how things go before we invest, try to get in the deadline. Like, sure, but we've been telling ourselves this the last 3 years. This isn't the first time I've said maybe they'd field this type of approach, and then they get to the deadline and they don't really do a whole lot. So I think that there's a recognition that they need to add. I think that they're only really now with Romano in the fold. I think they feel like we can go compete if we need to, as is, but I still think that they're going to try to hunt for, a needle moving trade. Now, whether or not that materializes, who knows? But I don't think that they feel like it's the end of the world, even though people will be somewhat underwhelmed if they don't make that deal in the winter.
Right. I mean, if they can't move Bohm, do they move to the next guy on the bingo card and say, okay, what about, and who is that guy?
I mean, we've had this conversation for a while now. There's just really not many ultra attractive trade options that the Phillies have to offer. I mean, you could talk about Nick Castellanos, and he had a nice year last year, but I don't think anybody's signing up to take 2 years, $40 million total remaining on his deal. I don't think that you would get back anything that would necessarily make you better, even if you were willing to eat half of that contract. At that point, I think you're just making a move to make a move, and you're freeing up a little bit of money, but does that truly make you better next year? JT Realmuto has 10-5 rights, meaning that you could not just trade him to anybody. You'd have to sign off on it. I don't think that he'd be overly enthusiastic about that, and I don't think that the Phillies are looking to trade JT Realmuto. So they don't really have obvious trade chips beyond the guys that we mentioned, which are, Ranger Suarez, Alec Bohm, and it doesn't seem like they're terribly motivated to trade Bryson Stott. I don't think that trading Bryson Stott makes a lot of sense because it really would be a sell low situation for them. I think Bryson Stott's much better than he played last year, and now is not the time to see what his market is.
All right, couple quickies. Johan Rojas, will he be the opening day center fielder?
I lost you there for a second.
I lost you for a second. Johan Rojas, will he be the opening day center fielder?
Right now, it seems possible. I guess I would bet against it, but I would have bet against him playing a meaningful role in October last year.
Romano, is he the closer?
I have no idea what they're going to do there. I don't even know if the Phillies are going to have one guy that really is their closer. I think it's going to be the same thing as every other year.
Ranger Suarez opens the season here or gone?
I'll say he opens the season here, but I do think it's very much a possibility that he's out of here.
Alec Bohm, here or gone?
Still think they're going to find a way to trade him.
All right. Well, it's December 11th. They have Jordan Romano.
Get excited, everybody.
I did see last night during the Flyers game multiple Philly season ticket package commercials, and it kind of got, get the blood flowing a little for a little, 6-game package down there at the park to see the same team again, like the 1980s.
Yeah, look, the bottom line is they are still a good team, and they're going to win games. And
yeah, but there's a fine line, Bob. We all watch this. There's the fine line of we saw this. They won the World Series. They lost the World Series. They lost in the CS, then the DS.
Yep.
They vanished. They got to a World Series. They lost in the CS. Now they've lost in the DS. Are they more likely to vanish, or it's not a rite of passage that you just make it back to the playoffs? The Braves are going to be more competitive. The Mets are going to be more competitive. I would imagine the Dodgers are obviously not going anywhere. So it's not a rite of passage with this team that, got off to an unbelievable start last year, but was pretty mediocre for half the year.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're a playoff team. Could they miss? Sure. Do I think they're a World Series team? No. And I think that we're going to look at this 5-10 years from now. Maybe they win the World Series this year, but I think that when you zoom out, you're going to say that in 22 and 23, those were their best opportunities. And in terms of how things unfolded, in terms of the level of competition, how they were positioned, they've blown two massive opportunities to win a championship. And as you pointed out, it's not a foregone conclusion that they're just going to keep getting those opportunities.
Bob Wankel crossing broad, of course, here on the offseason. The Phillies staying quiet so far. We'll see if something picks up. The trade market, Garrett Crochet, he got traded today. He is in Boston now with the Red Sox, and they gave up a lot to get him. Somebody kind of said that would be the equivalent of the Phillies giving up Aiden Miller and Justin Crawford in the deal. So Boston gives up a lot to get, but they almost had to. They were getting lapped on everything. But the Phillies staying pat so far. Bob, we'll catch up with you soon, buddy.
All right, Mike, talk soon.
Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad, covers the Phillies, and, of course, here on the Sports Bash Live. Phillies are among the teams that have inquired and tried to find a package that would work with the Astros for Kyle Tucker, per Joel Sherman of MLB Network in the New York Post. Kyle Tucker would be a great fit other than the left-handedness, but I think even him being left-handed, you got to take that shot. The question is, where would you hit him in the lineup? You could possibly hit him in the 2 spot, but then you'd have a Schwarber, Tucker, Harper, 1, 2, 3 potentially, or no, because they're not moving Turner. You could possibly. This is where it would get interesting. Do you put Turner lead off, Tucker 2, and then go Tucker, Harper, Schwarber, back to back to back? 3 lefties in a row. That's a tough postseason situation. But Tucker has been an awesome player. Now, it would take more than just getting Bohm and Suarez. You would have to include more in the deal than that. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. And don't forget, coming up, it's football at 4 today. Jeff Mosher's on the hot seat as we take a look at what's going on with the Eagles. Can they move past this Brown-Hurts situation? Find out 13 minutes.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season Sunday afternoon
at the Link, hosting the Pittsburgh Steelers.
3rd down and 5. Here comes the rush. They've got him! It is Gardner Johnson with the sack.
Eagles radio network coverage begins at 3 p.m. Merrill and Mike call all the action starting at 4:25. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Craving a tasty breakfast or lunch? Come on down to Hot Bagels and More. They've got fresh baked bagels, irresistible spreads, and a mouth-watering selection of sandwiches, perfect for any appetite. Join them in Northfield, Atlantic City, Summers Point, and 2 locations in Margate for flavors that keep you coming back. Don't miss their homemade tuna and chicken salad, along with hearty soups. Order ahead or take advantage of their catering options for your next event. Hot Bagels and More, where every bite is a delight. Visit hotbagelsandmore.com or stop in today.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble. Now through December 22nd, get Thrillifyingly fast 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen and see Wicked in theaters now. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan or auto-pay stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual internet speeds vary and not guaranteed.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score a free medium 2-topping Domino's pizza with minimum purchase, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on burgers, tacos, wings, and more, all season long. Order Uber Eats now. Terms, taxes, and fees apply. See app for details.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large, because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Let's play Bet Your Life. It's the game show where you gamble not only your life, but those of your passengers and fellow drivers when you get behind the wheel after drinking.
If only it was just a game. It only takes one bad decision to change your life forever. Getting behind the wheel after you've been drinking is one of them. Don't play games that nobody can win. Drive sober or get pulled over. This message brought to you by NHTSA.
With GMF financing to qualify buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
If you're looking for a new or used vehicle, right now is the most wonderful time of the year. Why? Because it's Bennett Chevy's end-of-year sell-down with the most wonderful offers you can find anywhere. Bennett's got new Chevys at an unbelievable $1,000 below the GM supplier employee price. That's right, $1,000 below our employee's price. Plus, you keep all the rebates, saving you up to 20% off your new Bennett Chevrolet. Save even more with available 0% financing. At Bennett, you get it all. Looking for used? Bennett's paying a minimum $10,000, even for the worst trade. Yes, a minimum 10 grand towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. Just imagine how much more Bennett Chevy will pay for a good trade that actually runs. And you'll love Bennett's relaxed, no-pressure atmosphere, because our sales team is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Together, let's drive at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Coming at you live this hour of the show, brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadleafs.net. We got a lot going on. Osher's coming up in about 8 minutes from now. We'll get his take. The Eagles back at practice today. Sirianni addressed the situation. He said 100% he thinks it's behind them. He got everybody together, had the conversations that needed to be had, and here we are. Do we believe him? Do we think? No, obviously, I think he sat down with the guys. I think he sat down, talked it out, got the guys together, and basically said, look, guys, we got to move on. We got a common goal. We all want to win. You guys are competitive. Do you hate each other? They probably looked and laughed and moved on. I mean, Nick Sirianni addressed it today, the fact that these guys eat lunch together, they pray together before the games, all that good stuff. And here they are, getting into a spot in the season where there's a little adversity going on.
I know Sirianni would never admit it publicly, Mike, but how much of the conversation do you think was said, whether it was by him or anyone else? Hey, guys, listen, this is what the outside world is saying. Let's not let them be right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good way to approach it. Guys, is everything okay here? And they probably laughed. Probably big smiles, laugh like, come on, you big dummy. Just throw me the ball, would you? And him laugh. I mean, I hope that that's how this all kind of went down. You know how sometimes you know, Sirianni is in a weird spot here where he's got these 2 stars and they know that it's not what they want it to be.
Right.
So is it like a self-deprecating situation here to try to lighten it up? And, hey, guys, let's get back on track here. Or do you firmly try to sternly sit these guys down? Sirianni, I have surmised this about Sirianni. Sirianni is your friend who got a job or does something that you think that you're better than them at. And then you become resentful of that person. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, my friend has become the coach of the Eagles, and I think I know more about football than he does. And that is why people don't like Sirianni.
Some pretty good psychological analysis out there for you, Mike.
I had that written down here on my paper. That was
Nice.
my notes for earlier in the show, and I forgot about it until this moment in time. Mosher, next.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tomorrow night on Rock 104.1 and the Rock 104.1 mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedork bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
Connecting in front, the Beach Club, he scores! And Medway Beach Club is the hero.
It's Flyers Red Wing tomorrow night. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey on South Jersey's classic rock station, Rock 104.1 and the Rock 104.1 mobile app.
Is your home ready for the season? Worried about rooms that just won't stay warm this winter? Call Jenkins Plumbing and Heating today to ask about a new energy-efficient system from American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning or a Mitsubishi ductless system. With generous financing options through South Jersey Gas or Atlantic City Electric, plus additional savings through rebates from your local utility companies. Upgrading your system could also help lower your utility bills. Call Jenkins today or visit jenkinsandsons.com.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves.
Curbside pickup available and the lowest prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly. Beach 21.
Let's play Bet Your Life. It's the game show where you gamble not only your life, but those of your passengers and fellow drivers when you get behind the wheel after drinking.
If only it was just a game. It only takes one bad decision to change your life forever. Getting behind the wheel after you've been drinking is one of them. Don't play games that nobody can win. Drive sober or get pulled over. This message brought to you by NHTSA.
I got a line.
He got a line.
She got a line.
We got 4 lines. Cricket Nation. Q finger guns. Really easy. Super stress-free. 5G so fast. Like blazing fast. Games and memes. You'll have a blast. You can get fast 5G across 4 lines. You can get fast 5G across 4 lines. As we discuss, take it from us. We for our one Cricket Nation.
And only $25 a line. Welcome to more lines. Welcome to Cricket Nation. Smile. You're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Discount varies by line. Fees may apply. Terms and restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new reimagined Nissan Kicks with an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles, with an auto warranty about to expire, or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-630-9723 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. Call 800-564-9170 now. 800-564-9170. That's 800-564-9170. What do you have to lose? Call 800-564-9170. Again, 800-564-9170.
Hey, AI, how many touchdowns did the Eagles score in the 2023 season?
The Eagles scored 49 touchdowns in the 2023 season.
Hey, AI, I had a fall recently. I need to recover. Please help me walk again.
I'm sorry, but that is beyond my capabilities.
Hey, AI, my parents are getting older and I can't care for them by myself. Can you help me care for them?
I'm sorry, that is beyond my capabilities. AI will never replace care, but here's what I found for the best care near you.
Autumn Lake Healthcare Centers, trusted leaders in skilled nursing rehabilitation and senior care, and proud partners of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him. It's a sack.
Sixers.
Oh, baby.
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
Just hungry to bring back another Lombardi to Philly. The fans deserve it. Our team deserves it. Culture begs for it.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
I'm going to focus more on trying to find different ways to increase the likelihood of the ball going to him. Ultimately, the quarterback has to play based off the reaction of the defense and trust that there's progressions within a play. And then, for us, we're always going to evaluate how can we get it to him sooner and create those opportunities. And again, it's really about probability. It's not every play is going to be able to say 100% of the time it's going to one player in particular.
That was Kellen Moore on Tuesday about the offense and what he sees for it moving forward. This is Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Jeff Mosher will be with us today in just a couple of moments. We'll get Mosher's take on what is going on with the Eagles as they get ready to take on the Pittsburgh Steelers. And is this behind them? Is all this mess behind them? Today, Nick Sirianni answered questions. That yesterday was the offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore, who got asked many questions yesterday about it. But I think that Kellen Moore, he says the first question he gets asked yesterday, has A.J. Brown expressed frustration with you about his involvement in the offense and the amount of targets that he's getting? And then Moore says, I think each and every week we're always having conversations throughout the whole process. I don't think it's any different this week, last week, any other week. I think we take for granted sometimes that when it comes out and steams out into the public like this, that we think, man, this is the only time this must have happened. It is quite plausible, though, to think that A.J. Brown sits in, as Nick Sirianni said, in that room where they do all these, press conferences. That's kind of like the film room. And that he says, look, A.J. Brown sits right where you guys are sitting, and he complains. I think it's plausible to think that this happens all the time. It's just that Brandon Graham said that these two guys, one was trying, 11 was not reciprocating or not trying hard enough. And I think that really added to it. What A.J. Brown said afterwards, passing is what the Eagles need to improve on. They're 31st in the league. It's not a lie, but I think this is something that he has discussed probably each and every week, that the passing game has been a problem. Coach, what can we do to get me more involved? Or how can we get this thing off the ground? I think it's pretty plausible to think that this is something that is as I'm just going off of what Kellen Moore's answer was. I think each and every week we're having conversations. I don't think it's any different this week, last week, or any other week. So I think the relationship part of Brown and Hurts is fine. I think the passing game, it's well known that it is not where they want it to be.
How much of this do you think is Kellen Moore trying to deflect some of the attention away from Hurts and trying to bring it back to himself?
The coaches always want to do that. Hey, this is on me. I need to do a better job. It's classic Andy Reid, right? I need to do a better job. I got to put the players in better position. And I think he'll say, hey, I need to go and look at the tape and see how I can do a better job of getting these guys on the same page. You know, he says, obviously, the pass game from a production standpoint, the passing game is something we'd love to grow on. And I think we've got excellent opportunities to grow in that capacity. And, you know, the next question came from Jeff McClain, to which he said, what's going on with Jalen Hurts? And Kellen Moore said, that's a good question. I think obviously something we'll continue to evaluate and give ourselves the best opportunities to be successful. I think there's a ton of good in there. Some situational football, I think we did really well. On first and second down, obviously there's some growth opportunities coming out of this game for us. Just play cleaner and more efficient football. On my side, this is Kellen Moore speaking, quote, I'm going to focus on how I can help from play design, from sequencing within a game. All of those things just have to give us a chance. Obviously, there's plenty of good throughout the season and throughout even the past game in some situational football. We did a really good job. So, yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's coaches' common, tendencies to say, I need to do a better job, that I will be better, and we will get this figured out. All right, Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. It's Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We'll get his take on it. And what can the Eagles do to ignite this passing game? Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast joins me now as the Eagles face some questions about the passing and their offense, but mostly the passing, obviously, because their offensive, the rushing attack has been the best in football. So it's not what the offense's problem is, it's what's the passing problem. So what can the Eagles do to ignite this struggling passing game? We bring in Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast for today's Football at 4. And that's the question, Jeff, that everybody wants to know. What can they do to fix this passing game?
Well, geez, Mike, if I knew the answer to that, you would probably see me at the podium at the NovaCare complex instead of Kellen Moore, right? It's not an easy answer, Mike, but I can tell you this. And I've talked to a couple of people on this, and we all kind of agree that this is an issue that shouldn't be what it is because the Eagles are running the ball so well. So when you have a dominant running game like this, then you've got to be able to marry that with your passing game, and it should be easier. You should be wide open at times because you're working off of play action, and that's not what's going on with the Eagles right now. They've got to do a better job of that. I watched it all 22. I think just watching it, Mike. Sometimes the Eagles will run the ball 3, 4, 5 times in a row, and they would have success running the ball. And if you're the Panthers, it seemed like the strategy was, okay, we know at some point you have to pass the ball. And if you notice, the Panthers blitzed the Eagles a lot, and I think it's because the Eagles get a little predictable now on when they're going to throw the ball. If you run the ball 4 or 5 times, defense is going to know, no matter how much success you have, that eventually you're going to try to pass, even if you're making it look like play action or disguising it with a couple of tight ends on the field. So I think they've got to – I know this. Everybody's going to say, well, first you say don't throw, now you're saying throw. But I think they do have to mix run and pass early a little better, and I do think they have to figure out a way to be less predictable on when they are going to throw the ball. The opening of the third quarter, Mike, they tried a play action that didn't – well, it could have worked, but AJ didn't throw Jalen didn't throw the ball. Then they ran the ball 7 straight times into Carolina territory, but then they hit 3rd and 4. And even though the Eagles will run sometimes on 3rd and 4, the Panthers expected, rightly so, a pass. They blitzed, and Jalen Hurts got hit. So that's where I'm saying that I think one of the big things they have to get back to is mixing it early better. But, of course, that also involves the quarterback seeing it, the receivers running their routes, et cetera, et cetera.
Let's go through the individual guys here. A.J. Brown, he's open. Is there anything that he can do to help the situation? Or is he – I mean, I know that sounds ridiculous to ask, but, you're trying to find from all angles how this thing can possibly be fixed. Is there something that Brown, Smith, the receivers, that they can do?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I observed anything where they ran poor routes. We could talk about, hey, if they throw a quick screen to Dotson and you're the lead blocker, put a little bit more into the blocking. But that's, this is not going to solve the downfield element that is missing from their pass game. And, Mike, that's really, I think, what we have to talk about. I don't think anybody in my position or yours is saying the Eagles need to completely be a top 5 passing team, right? We're just saying there was a time
Well,
where
let me interject with that real quick. I don't think we're saying they have to be, but we're perplexed on why they aren't.
Well, that's a week, that was a bye week conversation. Now we're perplexed why we aren't, but at least we understand, A, they have an amazing running game, and B, quarterback was really struggling to see certain concepts. But even so, Mike, when they started this winning streak and started playing better, even if they weren't throwing the ball a lot, they were generating explosive plays. You were seeing A.J. Brown having big games and Jalen Hurts throwing outside the numbers and things like that. That's the part of the offense that over the last 2 weeks, I'll say, and maybe a little bit longer than that, have sort of disappeared. And that's the part that has to come back, because when the Eagles do that, they're a pretty unstoppable team, even if Jalen Hurts is only throwing the ball 20 times, completing 15 to 17 passes out of 20 to 23 attempts.
Yeah, because I think the perplexing part about this is any team in this league, if you said they had A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, this offensive line, Saquon Barkley, and you insert quarterback into that mix, you're going to say, holy mackerel, they're going to score 50 points a game. And this team is not. So it would say, well, it's not Saquon Barkley who's the problem. Brown's pretty darn good. It's not him. We like Smith. He's not at fault here. Okay, the tight end's in and out of the lineup. Is that really holding this offense back? I think the offensive line is pretty good. So what is it? Oh, well, is it as simple as the quarterback's just not good enough?
It's that simple, at least for the last 2 weeks. I feel like sometimes, how it is. One game, you always say everybody just remembers what happened last week. And it's really only been 2 weeks that this, to me, has really stuck out as a problem as far as not driving the ball down the field or getting some 20 and 30-yard plays. I think
because the narrative of this offense, Moshe, was that the big play, they're hitting the big play. They don't throw it all that much, but it's a 40-yard touchdown. It's a 36-yard touchdown. So he was ripping it down the field.
Yes, he was. And it's not like it's been 8 weeks of him not doing that. It's just that's been the more recent thing. But, you don't want that at the same time to become the trend now. You don't want to see that this is what defenses are doing.
Right.
And all of a sudden Jalen is becoming more and more reluctant to pull the trigger and then make that a downward spiral. So it can come back, but that's the thing. You don't want it to fester and linger and keep going.
Right. So I know it's unfair to say, if Joe Burrow was the quarterback in Philly, this team would be unstoppable, or if Patrick, but I don't know. I think there's even times where Tua, if Tua was playing quarterback in this offense, would they score 40 points a game?
It's a good question. I mean, I think if you had it's funny you say that, Mike. I was literally wondering about what if a different kind of quarterback was the quarterback for this, and not even an all-pro one.
Right. I'm just going middle of the road. I'm just finding
Geno Smith.
Right. I'm just finding a guy who's between 10 and 20.
Right. Geno Smith, I think, is having a better year than people realize, and is probably a better quarterback than people realize. They don't see him play around here on a week-to-week basis. But, he's got Metcalf, he's got Smith and Jigba, so he knows what it's like to have some pretty good receivers, and he's throwing the ball to them, and he's getting the ball to them deep, and their running game is pretty good when Walker is healthy. And you think if you put a guy like that, who the thing about Geno when you watch him is he's just not afraid to make throws. And he has thrown interceptions, but it doesn't make him skittish about the next pass. If you just had someone like that, I've been wondering that, but Mike, what are we saying here? What would the Eagles be? It'd probably still be 11-2. I mean, you're going to lose a game here and there, no matter how good you are. Josh Allen just has touchdowns and lost. So it's more about your potential as a team than what you would be with a different quarterback.
And that's where
the potential of the Eagles looks threatened right now.
Exactly, and that's a great landing spot for this, because I think that's what the outburst is the potential. It's the big picture, and I think A.J. Brown felt that the big picture and the potential was finally threatened, after watching the way they performed. You know, it's okay when you're beating Baltimore and you're beating Washington because those teams are perceived to be good. And those are like, man, we had some nice, impressive wins, even though I'm not catching the ball. But to win the Super Bowl, we've got to be able to beat Carolina without them dropping a pass. And I felt like the potential got threatened, and that caused Brown. Because I guess I'll ask, do you think there's a rift between Brown and Hurts that is not fixable, or that a rift even exists?
I don't know of anyone that exists. I know that they were very, very close quite a while ago. I mean, when Brandon said things have changed, I don't know if he meant that as their relationship has changed, or that when you're a quarterback and a receiver, that's a different relationship than friend to friend. I've seen plenty of, with my own eyes and video of them celebrating touchdowns, laughing on the sideline. If they're arch enemies, they're doing an amazing job. Or if they have a rift, they're doing a great job of hiding it. I don't think it's a rift. I think that they might not be as close as they used to be because they're a lot older than when they were in high school, and things have changed. They have families and livelihoods off the field that may not correspond to each other's livelihoods. But no, I don't know of anything of a rift. And I've been told A.J. Brown's a really a good guy and a good teammate and generally likable. I don't think this is anywhere near what I've seen about T.O. and dividing the locker room type thing. I think this team is pretty close. I think the big thing here is this: they all recognize that they're leaving meat on the bone and it could be better. No one's denying that. You don't have one person on one side, the other person on the other side, and pointing fingers at each other. And, wisely, A.J. Brown never even mentioned Jalen Hurts' name, even if you knew that's what he was talking about. So I don't think it's as bad as maybe it seems when you talk about it for 3 or 4 straight days.
We're talking with Jeff Mosher, Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast. Make sure you check out the Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms. How do you think Nick Sirianni has handled this in the days after?
Great, to be honest with you. I mean, I know in his conference today he was asked about how he's dealing with it, and he didn't really answer the question about how he's dealing with it. He mostly just said that we only see 3 hours of a day and don't really know what it's like being inside the NovaCare complex and seeing the relationships. But then he didn't really expand on how those relationships are. He just kind of talked about his vantage point. But I think that the players really like Sirianni. They respect him. They play for him. And because of that, I think he can handle those situations really well and have conversations with those guys. And again, I don't know that there had to be a whole lot of mending going on. A.J. Brown wasn't the only person to express dissatisfaction with the passing offense. And I'll keep saying, I'm sure Jalen Hurts wasn't really thrilled with. I think he even said it in his press conference, and I know he said it before. I got to be better. Things have to start with me. So this is not a situation where I think you're dividing people. I think they're all frustrated by the passing offense.
So where do they go from here?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mike. Adam Kaplan had a really interesting conversation. We talk a lot with John DeFilippo. He was the quarterbacks coach of the Eagles when they won the Super Bowl. He appears a lot on our platform. And Adam talked to him recently and said on the podcast this morning that when you have a quarterback who doesn't see it or doesn't make the play there, the only thing you can do is keep repping it, keep doing it, until the quarterback starts to do it and see it more. And if he doesn't, then you keep doing it, you keep repping it, because that's what coaches do. We rep and think that the light will come on at some point. And he also says you can't just stop throwing the ball either. And that's where I feel like the Eagles the last few weeks, it's not that they stopped throwing the ball, but it's like every pass is either an RPO or a play action. It seems like they've sort of thrown in the towel on some more complex passing concepts. And listen, I get it. And I think that's the cycle, because earlier in the year, they did come out throwing to get him in a better rhythm, and it didn't work. So now they're running, and now that's being predictable. It's not an enviable position that Kellen Moore and the coaching staff, offensive staff, is in, obviously, right? But it's not like you can radically do anything different. So I think DeFilippo's words ring true here, is that you just have to keep repping it. And I personally hope, Mike, that you don't throw in the towel here in the ensuing weeks, next 4 weeks, and just kind of like run until you have to pass. I'll answer the question the same way I said the first one. I think you've got to mix it up a little bit better earlier in the game. And guess what? If you lose because of it, I get it. That sucks. And listen, I'm not saying go out and try to lose or try to do something that's not part of your game plan, right? But I'm saying at the trajectory you're going, you might lose these games, one or two of these games anyway, because you're trending downward with your pass offense anyway. So you've got to win, but you also have to figure out in 4 weeks, because the bigger goal here is the Super Bowl, on how to be a better and more diverse overall offense.
Yeah, I real quick, I saw Jason Avant, who does work on your platform. He was on TV the other day, and he said, look, these are 4 plays. I could find 10 plays that Jalen is just not throwing the ball. I want to get your take on, number one, is that every week, or was that this week?
Repeat the quote. It was 4 plays or 10 plays, you said?
Avant was on NBC Philly, doing one of his little, cut-ins, and, he said, okay, we're going to look at these 4 plays. He said, I brought up 4, but I could have brought up 10 more of how frequently there were guys open that he did not throw the ball, and I'm wondering if that's this game or is this a weekly occurrence?
So this is a really interesting conversation, too, because I've obviously talked with Jason about it as well.
Yes.
There are some plays where, all right, I think we talked about this on Monday, first play of the pass of the game, A.J. Brown, you got to make that throw. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, there's probably 3 to 4 examples of those, and maybe those are the ones that Jason showed.
He showed a lot of he showed one of the plays was the Calcaterra touchdown. The other one's the Smith touchdown. He showed a slant where, Brown is open. There was one, I think the one you're talking about early in the game where, he's saying, look, you got one-on-one. The safety's not helping over the top. You got one-on-one with Brown. You just throw it up to him.
Right. So the first play that I think I just talked about a few minutes ago, the first play of the second half, they come out, 2 tight ends, quarterback under center, clearly trying to look like, a run play, and the Panthers have 5 guys at the line of scrimmage. So when it winds up being like a 3-man route, but when, with the Panthers doing what they could to defend the run, because the Eagles look like they're going to run, when Jalen Hurts turns around, I would say the 2-man route was man coverage. So it's not wide open like sometimes we see in the NFL. Like you watch a 49ers game and Juwan Jennings catches the ball and nobody's near him, or George Kittle, right? But they're open. They're NFL open, meaning if you throw the pass that maybe if you're watching the Bengals and you see Burrow throw to Jamar Chase, where there's a corner there behind the, like in the hip pocket of the receiver, but the receiver still has the leverage. That's an NFL throw that you have to make. I think that's what Jason's getting at. There's 4 to 5 to 6 throws where you even see on the Mike, Jalen sort of cock the arm like he's going to throw it and doesn't. And in the NFL, if people always say, well, why do people, talk about this quarterback or not Jalen Hurts and that quarterback and not Jalen Hurts? Well, because those guys make those throws more often than they don't. Of course, they miss them too, because I constantly hear that. Why don't you talk about other quarterbacks who miss passes? Because they make those quote unquote NFL throws to their receivers who have just the slightest bit of step but leverage on the defender. And those are the throws right now, and for a while, really, that Jalen doesn't really like to throw and doesn't throw. Now, let me just put the disclaimer
real
out
quick.
there
Let me just want to throw this out.
You can find some examples of it, Mike, right? We know that there are some examples of Jalen being able to do it, but I'm talking about what he will routinely also not do.
Yes. By the way, A.J. Brown is at his locker. He, according to E.J. Smith, who covers the Eagles, said this is quite possibly the largest media scrum I have seen in my 6 years covering this team. So A.J. Brown is at his locker. He says, quote, his passing comment was misconstrued. People assumed he was talking about Jalen Hurts. He is talking about the passing attack. Well, obviously, they've had 3 days to come up with that, and that's what he's come up with.
Great. Now everybody is going to go blame Kellen Moore.
Well, it's funny you say that because I wanted to – my follow-up to the conversation we were having about Avant was going to be Kellen Moore and the coaching staff, in that if guys are open, we blame coaches so much. Is it up to Moore to coach him to make that throw, or is that on the player?
It's on the player. I mean, I don't know what a coach can do. Maybe there's some advanced coaching techniques that Kellen Moore doesn't have. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you I think Kellen Moore's the greatest offensive coach that ever lived. But, he's a pretty good one. Like I said, we do see plenty of guys being open at times. So
yeah. Oh, listen, I said earlier today, he had Justin Herbert and Dak Prescott. He's calling plays, and those guys are making the plays. Is he calling plays and saying, I'm calling the same stuff? Those guys are making the throws. This guy's not. What am I supposed to do?
Well, I'm sure that's, and most good coaches check themselves. They say, what do I need to do better? What can I do better? I can't just assume because I worked with player A and player B that player C is going to do the same thing. Like, I'm sure he did different things with Justin Herbert that he did with Dallas, that they did with Dak Prescott, because they are not the same kind of quarterbacks. So I think that's been his challenge this year, is to try to figure out what works best for Jalen Hurts. Of course, he called a lot of verticals against cover 3, right? Because you'll get those one-on-one matchups on the outside.
Yeah.
But how many teams are going to keep playing that coverage when they know that that's really the only throw that Jalen is willing to make? Or you'll play that coverage, but you'll blitz a little bit more to get him off his mark so he can't just easily throw it.
Eagles Steelers, of course, this weekend. We'll have it for you live on 97.3 ESPN 425. The Battle of the State of Pennsylvania. It's only 6 times in the history of the NFL 2 teams from the same state have met with 10 or more wins. There's a stat for you, Jeff Mosher. Appreciate your time as always, pal.
Thanks, Mike. That's an awesome stat. Talk to you
All
later.
right. Check out the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, football at 4 here on the Sports Bash. Who else gives you football every day at 4 o'clock, no matter what the day is? It could be raining, could be sleet, it could be hail. It's every day you get football at 4 right here on the Sports Bash Live all year long. Summertime, hottest day of the year. We talk football at 4 o'clock with the Inside the Birds guys here on the Sports Bash. All right, we got plenty more to go here on a Wednesday edition. And on the other side, Nick's Nuggets are on the way. We'll hear what Nick Earnshaw has for me today in this edition of the Nuggets, and they're next on the Sports Bash.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small. Can't wake up without it. Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Why would someone looking for a mortgage at the Jersey Shore take a loan from a company in Detroit or North Carolina or some other far-off place? Online mortgages promise a lot, but don't always deliver. First Bank of Sea Isle City knows the Jersey Shore. We are local lenders. We use local appraisers and provide in-house processing. We understand the unique obstacles of financing in Cape May County. Don't take a chance. Local banking is better. Let us guide you. First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost hundreds of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I've gone from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get started right now and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0 at TryLife.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kid
stopped watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through December 22nd, get Thrillifyingly fast 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen and see Wicked in theaters now. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay or stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual internet speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves.
Curbside pickup available and the lowest prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly. B21.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know there's a better way to use the bathroom? With a Squatty Potty. Squatty Potty is the original toilet stool, built to get your body into a natural squatting position on the toilet. It's clinically proven to reduce strain, time on the toilet, and get more poop out. Find yours today. Available at Walmart and Amazon.com. Join 8 million people who are having the best poop of their life. I mean, you're not going to use the bathroom with them, but you get what I'm saying. Squatty Potty, the #1 way to go #2.
For 75 years, Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning has been the name you trust where one call does it all. Jenkins expert technicians have been delivering top-notch service to local homeowners. Renovating your kitchen or bath? Call Jenkins. Need a new heating or air conditioning system, service or maintenance, or even ductless air conditioning? Jenkins has you covered. They also specialize in water heaters, boilers, oil service, plumbing and drain cleaning, water line, and sewer main repairs or replacements. Call 609-641-6262 or visit jenkinsandsons.com today.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NFL, the Eagles will face the Pittsburgh Steelers Sunday, looking to extend a 9-game win streak. Philadelphia at 11-2, while the Steelers lead the AFC North at 10-3 and have won 7 of their last 8. The Eagles will be facing the third-best defense against the run. Saquon Barkley leading the NFL with over 1,600 yards on the ground. NHL, the Flyers return home Thursday night, hosting the Detroit Red Wings. Tuesday, the Flyers beat Columbus 5-3 in Ohio. That snapped a 3-game losing skid. Travis Konecny scored twice. Owen Tippett notched his 9th goal of the season. The Red Wings, they have lost 5 of their last 6. NBA, the Sixers hosting the Indiana Pacers on Friday night. Philadelphia has won 4 of their last 5. They're coming off a win against the Chicago Bulls on Sunday, where they got a triple-double from Tyrese Maxey. They'll face a Pacers team that's dropped 5 of 6. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Healthier starts here with Get Covered New Jersey. Get quality, affordable health coverage. 9 in 10 get financial help to lower costs, and many pay $10 a month or less. Enroll at getcovered.nj.gov.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. We'll finally dry out tonight and chill out as our cold front whooshes in Arctic air. Final raindrops should fall around 10 p.m., give or take, and then expect clearing skies, a continuing brisk wind, and cold temperatures overnight. We'll bottom out near the freezing mark, 34 degrees. A blustery day tomorrow, cold and windy, mostly sunny skies, high of only 39. Sunny on Friday, high of 40. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Hi, this is Michael Charlton, President and CEO of Atlantic Care. For over 125 years, you've trusted us with your care and well-being. This season, let's cherish what truly matters: our health, loved ones, friends, and neighbors. From my family to yours, happy holidays.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Brown speaks at his locker today. He says, me and Jalen are good. That's the update on his relationship with Jalen Hurts. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It's time for Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw, he's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. All right. I saw E.J. Smith, who covers the Eagles for the Inquirer, I believe. He's been on the beat for 6 years. He said this is the biggest locker contingency that he has ever seen. Do you think people were just thirsty to hear what A.J. Brown was going to say, Mr. Earnshaw?
Oh, I mean, no. I mean, why else would they be there? You know, I don't know if you saw one of the pictures. Johnny Wilson was caught in the background, and he just looked over like, oh, my goodness, here we go. Like, he had the most shocked look on his face on how many people are there.
So for those of you watching on the X platform, okay, and on YouTube, at Mike Gill Show, go to the X platform and on YouTube. I'm going to pull up the picture of A.J. Brown at his locker, and I will show you the amount of people that are around him. The fact that E.J. Smith said it is the largest group of people that he has ever seen at the locker. All right, so let's give some people a chance to get over to the X platform and YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Here is the picture of A.J. Brown at his locker, and look at the amount of people that are around.
Now, if you're watching on the X or YouTube platform, look at the top right. That's Johnny Wilson, a really tall receiver, rookie. He is stunned, just has a stunned look on his face, like what is about to go down.
Yeah, he is literally like, thank God that's not me.
Yeah, I mean, you know, A.J. Brown has literally every camera, every microphone. I mean, how many people you think are throwing elbows trying to get a good shot?
By the way, you see who's right up in front there? On the right-hand side with the ski hat on, you got Jeff Kerr. Wow.
Right up there.
Jeff Kerr is in the mix.
How about that? Listen, I've been in those types of scrums before, and the most recent one was I was at the presidential debate. It was something similar to that when I was in that. I'm sure people were getting elbowed, stepped on, cameras hitting the back of their head. I mean, that's how those media scrums grow. And this is for A.J. Brown, for an 11-2 football team. This is the type of scrum you have in the locker room because of all the drama that's been caused this week. Because of one comment.
This is a Where's Waldo, by the way. There's Jeff Kerr on the right. I see right in the back at about midnight is John McMullen wearing his ski hat in the back there. You see him?
Yeah, I see him back there. He's got to throw some elbows. Get in there, John.
Oh man, what a picture.
It's unbelievable. And you're seeing a bunch of people put out different angles too, and you could just see the enormity of all of the people, all of the media outlets there talking to A.J. Brown. And listen, some of the video that's come out, some of the sounds come out, he sounds calm as a cucumber.
Yeah, AJ sounds like this has all been blown out of proportion. Yep. You're making too big of a deal out of it, and everything's A-okay. I mean, that's what it kind of sounds like to me when I hear what he has to say. I'm just reading a couple of the bites. Yep. Josh has a bite here from Brown on about Brandon Graham and about what Brandon Graham said, and here's what A.J. Brown said about that.
Yeah, BG is just being BG. He's emotional. In that case, he just misspoke. You know, me and Jalen are good. So it's BG. Everybody loves BG. You know, he's speaking from the heart. You know, he's just giving his perception of something from the outside. So.
He's around you guys, all the time, though. Could you see where there might be a misperception based off?
I think that's what everybody. I think that's what the world did. You know, they perceived what I said about passing and felt like it was an attack on Jalen, and I think that's what he did.
He said everything is perceived based on what you think, and he said, they thought when I said passing that was an attack on Jalen. It was not. That got misconstrued. So it sounds like A.J. Brown. Now, listen, he had multiple days now for him and the PR team to sit and talk this out. And it sounds like they did a good job. I mean, Nick Sirianni said it today. We've talked 100%. This is behind us. And it didn't seem like A.J. Brown was being forced to say, obviously they told him, look, we got to get on the same page here. But it didn't make it sound like he didn't want to go along with this. He sounded genuine when he said this stuff.
Yeah, listen, he's had a couple days to prepare for this. It sounded like it was coming from him. He sounded well prepared. He sounded pretty, like a guy who was going back on his comments and saying, hey, this got taken out of context. I was not pointing it at Jalen. I was frustrated from the passing attack. That's essentially what you have to take away from his comments today. Now, obviously, they're going to prepare him of what to say and how to get in front of this. But, I'm glad he took the time to meet with the media and do this himself, because Nick Sirianni really can't do it for him. The media is going to keep talking about it. If he doesn't go out there and say something, he's got to at least put some of it to bed and try to, put this in the right direction.
Yeah, and I think he cleared the air enough. I think his comments about the passing game, saying that they're not directed at Jalen, we don't have to believe him, but no. I think he said it in a way that was believable enough.
Yeah, it was believable enough. I mean, we may never know. I mean, maybe he actually was mad at Jalen. Who knows? But from what he said today, it got taken way out of context, which tends to happen, especially on social media, too, when clips are thrown around, things of that nature. This can happen. So, maybe he's being truly genuine, and they didn't, he had no problem with Jalen. They were frustrated. Nick Sirianni even talked about it a little bit. He didn't really, get too much in front of it, but, you get emotional playing games like this. And, it was a close game. It was against a team they felt they probably were much better than in the Panthers. And, he was frustrated because he was open so much during that game, and Jalen could not get him the football.
Yeah, and I think we had Jeff Mosher on, Jason Avant from the Inside the Birds platform. He also does work for NBC Sports Philadelphia, and he mapped out 4 passes yesterday. He said, I could have found 10 more. Was it a bad game, or is this perpetual?
I think, there was one stat I did want to pull up for you because it was interesting. The success rate for a QB success rate when the play breaks down, the Eagles are at the bottom. Okay, so when a play breaks down for quarterback success rate, they are at the bottom of the list. Jalen is at the bottom. So that's something to also consider when things get out of context and Jalen has to scramble and can't figure out what to do after that first read. They're at the bottom of the barrel. So listen, Jalen deserves criticism here for sure. But now it's become this drama thing instead of a football thing. This didn't even have to get out to the media. And it's just turned into this complete circus with all those media members you saw in that picture today.
Well, hopefully this kind of dissipates and moves on, because they got Pittsburgh this week, and it's still a big game because Buffalo is playing against Detroit. If Detroit loses that game and Philadelphia wins, now you're tied, and then you have 3 games to go. And if Detroit slips up again, you have a chance here. So you still have that opportunity for that first overall seed.
Yeah, it's a very big game this weekend. That's where I kind of want to start with nugget number 1. It's still regarding A.J. Brown, and I think A.J. may be poised for a big game this week, Mike, okay? With all the drama surrounding it, that's part of it, okay? And, I think Jalen Hurts might try and force feed him the ball as well. But did you know A.J. Brown, in his career, has played the Pittsburgh Steelers twice, once with Tennessee in 2020, as well as with the Philadelphia Eagles as well. He has 12 career catches, 309 yards, scored 4 touchdowns in just 2 games versus the Steelers. He had a 3-touchdown game with the Philadelphia Eagles against Pittsburgh as well. And we have to remember, the Steelers defense, very good defense, top 10 in the league. It's their front 7 that's really good. The pass defense is ranked 17th in the league. That is their weak spot on defense. We have to remember that with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They struggle a little bit in the passing game. And Deshaun Elliott, one of their star safeties, guys in the secondary, he did not practice today. So that's another element to this pass defense that could be interesting heading into this ball game. And A.J. Brown, with all the drama, I think he might be poised to have a big game. We also have to remember, Steelers have not won in Philadelphia since 1965. There you go.
Yeah, look, they've already got Pickens. Looks like he's doubtful for the game. They got some injuries there, which is unfortunate because this is going to be a really big game, good game, a lot of fun. But the Eagles need to capitalize on some of these injuries. That's what you have to do. Look, the Eagles have had to play without A.J. Brown multiple times, Smith multiple times. So if you don't have Pickens, that's something that you have to capitalize on. Hey, however you get these wins, you got to forget about how you're getting them and get them. You need to keep the pressure on the Lions, and this is a team in the Pittsburgh Steelers. We know the NFL. It's a battle of attrition. Who can make it to the finish line the healthiest? And right now, the Steelers in Week 15 have a couple of injuries. And yes, as you mentioned, they have not won in Philadelphia since 1965. Now, they don't play in Philadelphia all that often, and we talked about it when Mosher was on. It's the sixth time in NFL history that two teams from the same state have faced off with 10 or more wins. And the Steelers right now, they need this game. If they want to, hold on to that, they're a couple games up on Baltimore, but you don't want to give Baltimore any life in this situation by losing a game here and with all these injuries. So, look, this is a big game that both teams need. And look, you're getting ready for the playoffs now, right? All the wins piling up, the seeding. You got to go for the best seed that you can get.
Yeah, this is a massive game. And I have reason to believe that this could be an AJ game. I think Saquon will get his. I think he'll have a decent game. But remember, this is a really good rush defense. They're going to have to go to the pass. The Eagles have to go to the pass this week. They're going to have to rely on their big-time receivers. Jalen Hurts has to find the open guys. If the play breaks down, he's got to do a better job of maybe scrambling and, going and improvising, right? That's what Jalen has to do this week. You're going against TJ Watt. This is a tough front four in the Steelers. So this is a week where you're going to see, all right, is this passing game really in trouble for the Eagles? I don't know. A.J. Brown's had a lot of success against the Steelers. Their pass defense is their weak link. I think this could be, it could come full circle with all the drama that's been talked about this week.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm glad AJ has addressed it, and he didn't say anything out of line or controversial. He's just ready to move on from this thing.
I think everyone is at this point with the Birds. But that's happening this Sunday, Steelers-Eagles. Going to be a fun one. All right, nugget number 2. We got to move to the diamond real quick, Mike. And, everyone's talking about the Phillies. Are they going to do something? They've signed, Jordan Romano. That's really it. No, Greg Crochet, he gets traded to the Boston Red Sox for 4 top prospects. So they're out on that. Are they going to get Kyle Tucker? They're in on him. According to John Heyman, seems like the Cubs are the favorite to land him. Bregman's still out there. I mean, what are the Phillies going to do at this point? Mike Dombrowski, it doesn't seem like much is going on with the Phillies. Seems like their name's out there. They're in on guys, but nothing has been finalized.
Yeah, we had Bob Wankel on earlier. For those of you who are watching on YouTube and on the X platform, after the show's over, you can go back and watch that conversation. It was at 3:30, so about an hour from this point. I don't know what the Phillies are, this whole thing with Rob Thompson, I think is interesting. So Rob Thompson yesterday, he goes out and basically says, we're not trading or we're not shopping Bohm. We're not shopping him, but people are approaching us, so we got to listen. Is that his way to try to say to Bohm, like, don't worry, we're not trading you? Because if you're not moving Bohm, I don't know where you're making a trade to make this team much better. Now, I tweeted out about a month ago, kind of innocently, like, hey, the guy they might have to trade is Ranger Suarez. But there was a report today that suggested that Kyle Tucker could be available for a corner infielder and a starting pitcher, an MLB-ready corner infielder and an MLB-ready starting pitcher. Plus, you'll probably have to add a prospect, a top-level prospect in there. So does a Bohm, Ranger Suarez, and then, Aiden Miller or a Justin Crawford make sense to get a guy like Kyle Tucker?
I'm curious about that because who's going to replace Bohm at third base if you move him? You know what I mean? Like, if you have to include Aiden Miller in that deal, who's going to replace Bohm at third? Are you going to just play a Mundo at third base all the time?
Well, I think,
what I'm curious about.
I think you got Bregman as a possibility. Now, Willie Adames is gone. He signed with the Giants, but then you turn your attention to a Bregman. I'm not saying that you're including Miller in that deal. I would maybe Crawford instead of Miller,
I guess.
And listen, another thing that Bob brought up is, do they go into the season with this team as is and then go at the trade deadline? In other words, you start with Edmundo Sosa, see if he can handle the everyday third base spot, and then you evaluate and you take a look at next year's free agent class to see who's at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it shakes out. And there was something also curious that was interesting, I thought. Scott Boras made comments about Bryce Harper's extension. He said, quote, "There's no question those dynamics are being discussed. John and Dave have taken the time to talk with me about it, so we're in a place where there's very good communication and understanding of what's going on." That's regarding Bryce Harper's contract, maybe a renegotiation. Because remember, he has no opt-outs. This was brought up during spring training last year, beginning of the season. Harper's seeing all these guys get paid, and he's kind of dwindling down the list of highest paid of all time now.
Yeah, well, I was talking about this with Kyle Tucker, in that one of the reasons the Astros are looking to move him is because they don't want to pay him $400 million, and that's the price tag now. When you put one guy at $700 and another guy at $765, the next tier of players saying, okay, I'm not $700, but I'm half of that guy. I want $350. I want $400. And the Astros are saying, we're not ready to go into that category.
Yep. And, I'm going to be curious to see if this Harper extension does get done. He did get asked about if Harper would be mad if he didn't get the extension, or, restructuring the contract, I really should say. He said, this is certainly something that we've discussed internally. That's agent speak for you right there.
Well, I want to say this too. I was listening to David Sampson podcast, and he was mentioning when these owners approved Steve Cohen to be the owner of the Mets, he said, I don't think they were quite ready for the amount of money he was about to spend. And he mentioned John Middleton by name. Middleton, you approved this guy in your own division. He said, now because of it, you're closer to the Marlins than you are the Mets in terms of how much you can spend.
That's how much they got in New York now. Mets outbidding the Yankees. It's a new era, Mike. It's a new era. All right, 2-pack of nuggets. We had the breaking news nugget with AJ talking to the media to start things off, but I guess a 2.5-pack today for you, Mike.
And we're going to have some audio from A.J. Brown coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, so stick around. When we come back, you'll hear what A.J. Brown said today. He addressed all of the stuff today. We have that audio coming up for you in about 9 minutes from now. Stick around on the Sports Bash Live. Nick Earnshaw, Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash, and he is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Thanks, Nuggets.
All right, Mike, I'll talk to you.
All right, there you go. Nick Earnshaw, everybody. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, this hour of the show is brought to you by Jersey Cow, a great place for the family to hang out and eat ice cream. Enjoy Jersey Cow in Northfield and Brigantine with all the fall, winter flavors, bringing back some popular classics. And they got new ones as well. It's the best ice cream around. They're open every day from noon to 10 in Northfield and in Brigantine. Ice cream is a year-round thing at Jersey Cow. Good hour of the Sports Bash. When we come back, what did A.J. Brown say? He addressed the Jalen Hurts passing comments. Were they directed at Jalen Hurts? Why did he say that after the game, after a win? You'll hear what he said coming up next on the X platform at Mike Gill Show, on YouTube at The Mike Gill Show, and on the radio, and on the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. It's the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season Sunday afternoon
at the Link, hosting the Pittsburgh Steelers.
3rd down and 5. Here comes the rush. They've got him! It is Gardner Johnson with the sack.
Eagles radio network coverage begins at 3 p.m. Merrill and Mike call all the action starting at 4:25. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Well, Mama C, look how many are on the list.
That's right, Papa C. I've moved all customers Philly and New Jersey to Matt Blatt Nissan's best deal list.
Wait, huh? But what about their trades?
Get to Matt Blatt Nissan because everyone's off the naughty list. Get a 120% gift over KBB fair market value for your old sled. Plus, new Nissan Rogue, 0 down, 0% financing for 60 months.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Nissan. New 2025 Matt Blatt Nissan Sentra S. Just $159 per month lease with zero security deposits. Have a job clearing $450 per week. You're virtually approved today. Matt Blatt Nissan.com. Unapproved credit through NEMAC. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle plus tax tag and $589 doc fee. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattnissan.com for complete details. 39 months, 10,000 miles, 1,500 due through NEMAC. VIN SY2319. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike in Hartford Township.
Did you know there's a better way to use the bathroom? With the Squatty Potty. Squatty Potty is the original toilet stool built to get your body into a natural squatting position on the toilet. It's clinically proven to reduce strain, time on the toilet, and get more poop out. Find yours today. Available at Walmart and Amazon.com. Join 8 million people who are having the best poop of their life. I mean, you're not going to use the bathroom with them, but you get what I'm saying. Squatty Potty, the #1 way to go #2.
Let's play Bet Your Life. It's the game show where you gamble not only your life, but those of your passengers and fellow drivers when you get behind the wheel after drinking.
If only it was just a game. It only takes one bad decision to change your life forever. Getting behind the wheel after you've been drinking is one of them. Don't play games that nobody can win. Drive sober or get pulled over. This message brought to you by NHTSA.
Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Wrap up your workday with the all-new Chickies and Pete's Happy Hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of Chickies Meaty and Tender Wings, one of our tasty and delicious pizzas, or an order of mouth-watering hot, cold, or fried shrimp. Plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. It's the all-new Happy Hour, weekdays 4 to 6 p.m., only at Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday. Buy one, get one free, and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chickie and Pete's world famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
I got a line.
He got a line.
She got a line.
We got 4 lines. Cricket Nation. Cue finger guns. Really easy. Super stress-free. 5G so fast like blazing fast. Games and memes. You'll have a blast. You can get fast 5G across 4 lines. You can get fast 5G across 4 lines. As we discussed, take it from us. We for our one Cricket Nation.
And only $25 a line. Welcome to more lines. Welcome to Cricket Nation. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Discount varies by line. Fees may apply. Terms and restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Are you ready for a breakfast game changer? Discover hot bagels and more with locations in Margate, Northfield, Summers Point, and Atlantic City. They serve hot, fresh bagels crafted daily in a variety of flavors that will keep you coming back for more. Don't miss their homemade tuna and chicken salads along with delicious soups. Plus, check out their lunch specials and party platters. Perfect for gatherings and holiday meetings. Swing by Hot Bagels and More and experience the bagel game changer today. Visit hotbagelsandmore.com or stop in today.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large, because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
With GMF financing to qualify buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
If you're looking for a new or used vehicle, right now is the most wonderful time of the year. Why? Because it's Bennett Chevy's end-of-year sell-down with the most wonderful offers you can find anywhere. Bennett's got new Chevys at an unbelievable $1,000 below the GM supplier employee price. That's right, $1,000 below our employee's price. Plus, you keep all the rebates, saving you up to 20% off your new Bennett Chevrolet. Save even more with available 0% financing. At Bennett, you get it all. Looking for used? Bennett's paying a minimum $10,000, even for the worst trade. Yes, a minimum 10 grand towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. Just imagine how much more Bennett Chevy will pay for a good trade that actually runs. And you'll love Bennett's relaxed, no-pressure atmosphere, because our sales team is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Together, let's drive at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost hundreds of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I've gone from 237 to 195. This was life altering. And if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get started right now and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0 at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
Winter is approaching. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Kelvy Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Kelvy Electric, the premier electrical contractor, serving South Jersey for over 110 years. Visit KelvyElectric.com today and stay ahead of any storm.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
That sounds great, guys.
WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts is talking now. A lot of the predictable stuff from Hurts as well. Nothing happening between them. They like each other. Probably going to have Christmas dinner together. They're laughing at everybody who think that they have a problem. They both said, BG being BG. You know, he's an emotional guy. And I don't think that anybody thought that, I personally did not think that anything between Jalen and A.J. Brown, I didn't think there was any rift there. I don't really look at that relationship because he said passing's the problem. As I kind of surmised earlier this week and throughout this show today, I think it was a realization from A.J. Brown that they went to the Super Bowl. They want to go to the Super Bowl. Last season fell apart, and he did not want to not speak up and allow it to fester. He didn't want this whole situation to fester like it did last season, and he spoke up immediately. I want to go back to the Super Bowl, and if we're going to throw for 108 yards, we might not be good enough to get to that Super Bowl. So let's hear a little bit from A.J. Brown. He just spoke at his locker and basically hashed it out from what I can surmise in the small amount of stuff that I've seen and kind of listened to in that last break. I thought he did a really good job, pretty much got an A+, and you would think that this is past them, move on to Pittsburgh. Now, they got to play well against Pittsburgh or it might revert, but I think that A.J. Brown, for at least his side of things, put this behind them.
So for the audience out there, Mike, that might only be seeing the comments online or heard bits of it from you and Nick talking in the during the Nugget segment in the 4 o'clock hour, let's play for everyone in the order of the answers, okay? So And I want you, Mike, and the audience to comment after each one of these. Okay. So here is the initial answer by A.J. Brown when he was asked specifically about branding, what Brandon Graham said about him and Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, BG is just being BG. Is emotional. In that case, he just misspoke. Me and Jalen are good. So it's BG. Everybody loves BG. He's speaking from the heart. He's just giving his perception of something from the outside. So.
He's around you guys, all the time, though. Could you see where there might be a misperception based off of it?
I think that's what everybody. I think that's what the world did. They perceived what I said about passing and felt like it was an attack on Jalen, and I think that's what he did.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the part at the end there, like they thought everybody assumed this was an attack on Jalen. Yeah, that's what it sounded like because you're open all day long. You say passing, but because he kept it so terse and brief, he did leave it up for people's interpretation.
Correct. And I think that's the part where I don't know if someone sat him down and explained it to him in the building or maybe someone outside the building, but he definitely sounds like a guy who understands that, hey, what I said, what other people have said, it was perceived the way that I didn't mean it to, and I'm here to rectify it.
Yeah, like, listen, I understand how I said it could have been perceived that way, but that's just the world we live in.
Right.
That everybody perceives things the way that they want to consume it. But he also left it up for consumption.
He did. Now, he was asked next, Mike, about, basically, I'm paraphrasing it, well, why did you say what you said about the passing game on Sunday? This is A.J. Brown's clarification of why he said what he said.
When he asked the question of what the offense can do better, obviously it's not running the ball. He's about to win MVP. Like, literally. So what other thing we do on offense? We have to pass the ball. And that can go into protection. That go picking up a block. That go to us getting open quicker, getting on the same page, Jalen reads, or whatever the case may be. It's a collect group of things. And
yeah, he's not wrong about that. He's no dummy. When someone asks me what's wrong, passing. It's certainly not the running game. It's not our offensive line. They block. We have the best running back in football. So what did you want me to say? Obviously, something was struggling. I gave you an answer. Like, these aren't crazy.
No, and I think what's interesting to me, Mike, is that he was very forthright. He said, look, we know the running attack isn't the problem. He said, you asked me a question and I answered it. Now, I think he realized
this has been the crux of all this, though, which is what I said on Monday. You asked him a question. He answered it. He was quick. And I think if you go back again and watch that, he was laughing. He was laughing and smiling through that. He was giving some serious answers, but then he was almost like, this is going to get me in some trouble. Like, I think you saw it. Go back and watch those videos.
His facial expressions.
His facial expressions, yes.
Which is funny because I feel like those facial expressions have been interpreted by different people in different ways, right? Someone like you, Mike, who sits there and says, hey, I see a guy who's smirking and laughing through it, not being, aggressive about it. Whereas other people are saying he's got bad body language.
Yeah, I mean, look, in this situation, when I saw it and he says passing and I saw him laughing, you watch it a couple times. And when you hear the context, and then I think the Grayson question, Scott Grayson, who does Grayson's grades,
the follow-up question.
He asked the follow-up question of, is it hard to get into a rhythm because you guys run the ball so much? And he said it's extremely difficult.
So let's replay that again. So the original passing comment and then Grayson's question right after that. This is original audio from post-game Sunday.
What are some things you think that the offense needs to improve on? Passing.
AJ, I know everybody wants to get in a rhythm. And Devontae was acknowledging that. Receivers, just like running backs, want to get in a rhythm. How hard is it as a receiver to get into a rhythm when you guys are only throwing the ball like 20 times?
Incredibly tough.
Incredibly tough. So he was giving quick answers. He wanted to just kind of I think he just wanted to not start a firestorm. It kind of did, but I think it would have gone away. And then Graham. And then Jalen Hurts is talking now. He addressed the Graham. Brown has addressed Graham as well.
Yeah, BG was just being BG. He's emotional. In that case, he just misspoke. Me and Jalen are good. So it's BG. Everybody loves BG. He's speaking from the heart. He's just giving his perception of something from the outside.
Yeah, he's given his perception of something from the outside. Brandon Graham plays defense. It's not like
he's not in the offensive meeting rooms.
Yeah, I mean, are they best friends in the world? Probably not. I mean, they know each other. Obviously, they're leaders of the team. But he said, yeah, that's BG being BG. He's playful. He's I feel like, and we talked a lot about this, on Monday, but I felt like this was all stuff that kind of got blown out of proportion. And yet here we are. And now you're hearing from, and listen, I'm not obtuse enough to think the PR staff, they all sat down, but I think that these guys all sat down, but were receptive to the messaging.
Well, I think it goes back to, when Sirianni, we played the presser on Monday, Mike, from Sirianni, and he was asked initially about the comments, and he said, yeah, I'm going to talk to the guys, or I'm talking to them individually as a group, blah, blah, blah. And then Sirianni said it again today. He says, yeah, I've talked to them. So I think in the Eagles' minds, they thought this thing was all gone. But then, as you said, what BG said just poured fuel on what was just a small little fire, little campfire, right? It turned it into a raging bonfire in terms of perception.
Well, I want to, if you're watching on YouTube at The Mike Gill Show or on the X platform at Mike Gill Show, I'm going to play the video so you can see A.J. Brown's face. And watch him kind of like
the one from today.
No, this is from Sunday.
Okay, the Sunday one.
This is from Sunday,
where he gives a smirk.
Where you can, if you're watching the video now, for those of you listening on the radio, you can still hear what AJ Brown says. But for the people who are watching on the video side, watch AJ Brown's face here as he kind of like laughs or smiles. And he's kind of like, "Oh boy, take a watch, take a listen."
Offense wasn't good enough. What are some things you think that the offense needs to improve on? Passing.
AJ, I know everybody wants to get in a rhythm. And Devontae was acknowledging that, receivers, just like running backs, want to get in rhythm. How hard is it as a receiver to get into a rhythm when you guys are only throwing the ball 20 times?
Incredibly tough.
It seemed like there was a
right there. All right, for those of you watching on the video, I'll replay that real quick again for those of you. He says, incredibly tough, and then watch him.
It seemed like there was a moment on the sideline.
He's laughing almost like he's like, oh, man, these questions are – he knows he's in it at this point right now.
And he was smiling again today. Like,
the bench.
There was never a point on Sunday or today where he came off visibly adversarial.
No, I think today a couple days have passed. He had the opportunity. And I think he knew that this was getting blown out of proportion and it was bigger. But, I think today he was kind of almost welcoming the chance to be like, listen, everybody, we're cool. We're fine. I want to win the Super Bowl. And
what are the conversations like with Jalen during a game like this, whenever the passing game is
the next part of what AJ Brown, if he explained why. What is the reason why, AJ, you said what you said on Sunday? Well, here's AJ Brown's answer.
And I said that for a reason, honestly, because we went to the Super Bowl and lost. We tried again next year. It was 10-10 and whatever our record is, and it was a landslide. And here we go again. And it's something that we can correct right now while we have the opportunity. And that's why I was bringing the awareness or bringing it to everybody's attention.
Well, which is what I've said is I think AJ Brown hit a boiling point of this isn't acceptable if we want to win a Super Bowl. And if I don't speak up now, I can't speak up 3 or 4 or 5 weeks from now because then it's too late. He tried that last year. If you remember last year, I think they got to about the last week of the year. And then he finally said like, hey, the season's not over or something to that effect. And, and then of course the season was a disaster.
Well, to me, it started after the Seahawks game. Because remember, AJ and Jalen inadvertently admitted that they changed plays in the middle of the Seahawks game, right? And that interception that Sirianni tried to take responsibility for, Brown and Hurts came out and said, no, we made the play call. We felt there needed to be a change. And I think that was the first moment you looked around and you were like, is there a problem here, guys? Like, what were you holding back on? And so, as you said, Mike, maybe unlike last year where they waited until after they started having problems too late into the season. This time, AJ's like I got to speak up now.
Yeah.
I got to say something now to put my, as the kids would say, put my truth out there.
I think, Brown, too, because he's a wide receiver, and wide receivers are thought to be divas. And, I hear the people who say, but you won the game. What are you complaining about? It's the big picture. He's not complaining about winning the game and not getting the ball.
Right.
He's complaining about the big picture of, if we want to win the Super Bowl. He didn't say I didn't get enough passes. He just said the passing game, right?
Correct.
So I think, he's saying I don't have any problem with Saquon Barkley breaking the record. I go back to the conversation that he had on the sideline where he told Barkley, you're not the best player running back in the league. You're the best player in the league. He wants Barkley to get this record. He doesn't care if he gets 4 catches for 40 yards. But he cares if they only scored 22 points and barely beat Carolina, and that Leggett drops a pass, which, by the way, apparently he was on a podcast today talking about the dropped pass. And basically, I mean, these guys are unbelievable. You drop that pass, you lose your team the game, and you're going on the podcast to talk about it. My gosh. But anyway, Brown, I think, is not saying I didn't get enough passes thrown to me. Our passing game was just not good enough for us to win against a good team.
Yeah, so here's some of what Brown said about Saquon Barkley at his locker, because again, one of the follow-up questions was about, basically, hey, is there any perception that, hey, you guys are running the ball a lot and how that impacts the offense? And, well, he wanted to re-clarify that comment too, Mike.
We're not against running the ball. We love Saquon. Ask him what I tell him at the end of the game. In the game. Like, do your job. In the game. Like, so I'm okay with being whatever bad guy I have to be for the city, the town, whatever the case may be, for my team, to holding everybody accountable, be accountable, and to get better.
Yeah, I don't think A.J. Brown is saying stop giving the ball to Saquon and start giving the ball to me.
Correct. I think what he's saying is we've had 2 straight games with very low passing numbers, very low number of targets for the wide receivers. Let's try to find some sort of better balance, or as Hurts would say, synchronization.
Yeah, well, and then Hurts, he's speaking today as well. I think he just finished up, and he said he's got a lot of love for A.J. Brown. He knows that A.J. wants the ball. He wants to win, but I don't think he is saying A.J. is calling me out because he doesn't think he's getting the ball enough.
Correct.
That's a big decipher here, because normally when these receivers go off on a diva-ish tangent, it's because they don't think they're getting the ball enough.
And also, don't forget, because you heard AJ say it's a collective. It's a whole team. As Kelsey, it's a whole team. But Kelsey is part of the problem here, Mike, because you did lose your starting center from last year. He was a big part of that offense. This is the first time the Philadelphia Eagles have had someone not named Jason Kelsey at center in over a decade. You got to believe that there is an element to some of these offensive up and downs, these highs and lows, that has to do with everybody recalibrating.
Yeah, and look, I think, we might look back at this whole situation and maybe wonder if it galvanized this team. That it's the thing that got them on the same page to focus on what they are not doing well, and then putting it into high gear and focusing and saying, let's get out ahead of this instead of waiting until it's too late. Even though we won a game, I don't care. The big picture, we need to be better. And maybe if they win the game, he doesn't say anything and it keeps festering down the road and then it's too late.
Mike, I know you don't listen to the New Heights Show podcast, but it sounds like you and Jason Kelsey are on the same wavelength. This is Jason Kelsey on this morning's edition of the New Heights podcast.
I really like where the identity has been. For the most part, it's been really good and has led to, they just beat the Ravens, right? One of the best teams in the NFL in Baltimore. I know they're frustrated with this game, but let's not lose sight. The defense is playing lights out. We're one of the best teams in the NFC. I tend to think that these comments and all this media stuff is only going to bring these guys closer together. When stuff like this happens, I think that these guys are going to be galvanized because they realize how good they are.
Yeah, and that's where I think I said this earlier, though. I think Brown spoke out because it was Carolina, not because he got 4 catches.
Correct.
He said, look, we're good enough to beat the Ravens. We're good enough to beat Washington. We're good enough that the game should not be close against Carolina. We've got to be better.
But also it's the fact that the last 2 teams Carolina played, the Chiefs and the Bucks, both scored more points than you against them. Both of those teams, the Chiefs and the Bucks, had better days offensively against Carolina than you did. So there's a part of you that looks around and says, well, dang, man, if the Bucks and the Chiefs, and I think my team is better than the Bucks and the Chiefs, right? I think most people would believe the Eagles' offensive personnel, Mike, right, is better than what Tampa and Kansas City has right now at the skill positions, right? So if you know you have better skill position talent, shouldn't you put equal numbers up against Carolina?
I think it's just the fact that they almost lost the game, that they came down to a drop pass. I say a lot, I don't care about the aesthetics of the win, but I think he was saying the game was closer than it needed to be. They almost, if they don't drop a pass, they probably beat us. And that was because we did not execute well enough.
Well, it's also because
because real quick, if they win that game 22-16, and they scored 22 points by fluidly going up and down the field, and they just happened to score 3 touchdowns, and the offense, goes for 275 passing and 120 yards rushing, I don't think they're having this conversation.
That's 100% true. I think it's a shame that we are sitting here on Wednesday, Mike, and we haven't spent I know you talked about it some on Monday's show with you and PG at Ocean Casino Resort, but it's Wednesday. We haven't talked about arguably the biggest reason why that game was close. Jake Elliott.
Oh, we've talked a lot about, the fact that Elliott as the kicker is becoming a problem.
He's a
because
liability.
It is changing the way that you can be aggressive. It is changing the way that they manage the game. It is changing the way that Nick Sirianni coaches, because he can't trust his kicker to kick a 50-plus yarder right now. That might be one of the biggest problems that this team has right now, is that he cannot say, hey, we're going to go for it on 3rd down and 5 and try this because we think we can kick a 55-yarder. Now he's got to do something different because he doesn't think he can kick the 55-yarder. That is a big factor here. No question about it.
I mean, if Elliott makes that 1 field goal and that other extra point, you're adding 4 more points to the scoreboard. And I'm not saying it's a huge swing in the game, but now you're
no doubt. Jake Elliott's misses from 50-plus are impacting the way that Nick Sirianni is coaching these football games. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, use the hashtag SBLive. Subscribe to the YouTube platform so you can watch the show. For those of you watching, you can message us live on the YouTube channel. If you're watching on the X platform, you can message us through there as well. If you're listening on the radio, get the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City, and you can message us through the app on your phone. Sports Bash is live. I want to tell you about the Nizam's Indian Restaurant, Route 40, Egg Harbor Township. They've got delicious Indian dishes. And when the Eagles win, you win. Check out their Eagles football special, free tandoori spicy chicken wings. The week the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. So go over, check out the free tandoori spicy chicken wings. When the Eagles win each and every Sunday, they're open 7 days a week, 11:30 to 9:30, and they have a special lunch buffet weekend from 11:30 to 3. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. We have tonight's Big 3 coming up next here on the Sports Bash.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. Keeping the fans entertained and happy on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Hi, I'm Larry Mintz. When dealing with a workers' compensation claim, in most cases, the injured worker doesn't get the money they're entitled to. That's why you need the right lawyer. When injured on the job, call us first. We'll speak with you for free and get you all the money and benefits you deserve.
Make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler. Call us at 609-344-7131. That's 609-344-7131. Or visit us online at gmslaw.com.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Let's face it, winter can be a hard season. It's cold pretty much all the time. Blizzard, you have to shovel. Another blizzard, you slip on ice. But you know what makes winter suck a little less? Getting a free phone. Join Cricket Nation and get a free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G. Ooh, ouch. Welcome to enjoying more. Welcome to Cricket Nation. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must open a new line on the $60 unlimited plan. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Let's play Bet Your Life. It's the game show where you gamble not only your life, but those of your passengers and fellow drivers when you get behind the wheel after drinking.
If only it was just a game. It only takes one bad decision to change your life forever. Getting behind the wheel after you've been drinking is one of them. Don't play games that nobody can win. Drive sober or get pulled over. This message brought to you by NHTSA.
Did you know there's a better way to use the bathroom? With a Squatty Potty. Squatty Potty is the original toilet stool, built to get your body into a natural squatting position on the toilet. It's clinically proven to reduce strain, time on the toilet, and get more poop out. Find yours today. Available at Walmart and Amazon.com. Join 8 million people who are having the best poop of their life. I mean, you're not going to use the bathroom with them, but you get what I'm saying. Squatty Potty, the #1 way to go #2.
'Twas the month of December, and all across the lot, the people were raving about the Kias they got. It was the best holiday ever, and everyone had it made, cause Matt Blatt Kia gave them more for their trade. It's the Season of New Traditions sales event, currently buried in a loan or lease. Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released and into your brand new all-wheel drive Kia Sportage or Sorento SUV. 0 down, 0 payments until March, or 0% for 48 months. So bring any old sled, because if you have a job clearing $450 per week, you too could be approved. And drive home in a brand new Kia K4, just $159 per month lease with 0 security deposit and only $36.50 due.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, $13.89 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payments. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 1/4/25. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large, because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
If you or someone you know needs help getting through a difficult time, start with NJ211. When you reach out to 211, we can connect you to help with housing, utilities, food, childcare, senior services, income support, healthcare, legal issues, and more. Help is available in over 150 languages, and the service is free, confidential, and available 24/7. Need help? Dial 211, text 898-211, or search nj211.org.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NBA, the Sixers back in action Friday night, hosting the Indiana Pacers. Sixers have won 4 of their last 5, coming off a win Sunday against the Chicago Bulls. They'll face a Pacers team that's dropped 5 of their last 6. The Flyers return home Thursday night, hosting the Detroit Red Wings. Detroit's also lost 5 of 6. Tuesday, the Flyers beat Columbus 5-3, snapping a 3-game losing skid. Travis Konecny scored twice, and Owen Tippett scored his 9th goal of the season. NFL Week 15, the Eagles and the Steelers meet at the Link, Philadelphia, at 11-2, riding a 9-game win streak. The Steelers leading the AFC North at 10-3. They've won 7 of their last 8. The Eagles' #1 rushing offense in the NFL, going up against the Steelers defense that is 3rd best against. struck an 8-year deal with left-handed pitcher Max Fried worth $218 million. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
You're a winner when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. Now through December 28th, earn entries for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 2025 Range Rovers. Visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zero. We'll finally dry out tonight and chill out as our cold front whooshes in Arctic air. Final raindrops should fall around 10 p.m., give or take. Clearing skies, a continuing brisk wind, and cold temperatures overnight. Bottom out near the freezing mark, 34 degrees. A blustery day tomorrow, cold and windy, mostly sunny skies, high of only 39. Sunny on Friday, high of 40. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today. This is an important safety message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering, enforcement can tell you're driving high. Well, if you feel different, you drive high. Get a DUI.
A message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
You come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
At 528 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag XB Live. You'll find us there. Army-Navy this weekend. You can listen. The coverage starts at 2 right here on 97.3 ESPN. Got a busy schedule of games coming up in the month of February. It includes Friday night, the Sixers are back against the Pacers. You can listen to that game on 97.3 ESPN. And tomorrow night, it will be Thursday night football. San Francisco and the Rams, big game for playoffs. The winner of that game would be in play to play the Eagles in the playoffs. Because the winner of that game stays in play for the number 7 seed in the NFC playoff race. So if San Francisco wins the game, right? And right now the Rams are 8. Right now the Rams are 8. Washington is the 7th seed. Now, do we think Washington is going to kind of win their way into the playoffs, or do we think they're going to kind of falter and someone will pass them? Well, if that happens, right now the Rams are 7-6. The Niners are 6-7. If the Rams win, they go to 8-6. They put the pressure on Washington to win this weekend. And Washington this weekend will face off against New Orleans on the road. Then they'll play Philadelphia, Atlanta, and Dallas. So they've got kind of a marginal schedule the rest of the way. But the game on Thursday night between San Francisco and the Rams could be a potential Eagles playoff opponent between San Francisco and L.A. The winner of that game stays in play. Now, I say they stay in play. If San Francisco wins, they both go to 7-7. If L.A. wins, they are keeping the pressure on Washington. You have, all of those teams in the West, L.A., Arizona, San Francisco. They're all in play for the 7th seed and that second wild card. And then the other team would be Atlanta. And then the last team would be Washington. They have the 7th seed right now. So Washington right now would be your first-round opponent if you're Philadelphia, and you get the number 2 seed. All right? Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. By the way, I want to mention this hour brought to you by our friends at Autumn Lake Healthcare Center, skilled nursing rehab with elite-level care. Visit autumnlakehealthcare.com and find a location here.
Mike, let's start with some of the audio of what Jalen Hurts said to the media. Now, we all know that Jalen Hurts is not the most animated speaker in the world, but I do appreciate the fact that he did not shut down some of these comments in the terse way that he did on Sunday. So let's start with Jalen Hurts being asked about Brandon Graham's comments and A.J. Brown and his relationship.
Did you two talk after Brandon's comments?
We've spoken. I think in the end, Brandon, BG, we calling him Brandon, BG knows he spoke out of place, and he knows that.
Yeah, he's not great. He spoke out of place.
I like at the end where he says he knows
that.
Kind of like it was Jillen's way of saying, look, BG, he messed this up and he knows he messed up. And we're just going to move on. Okay. Kind of attitude.
Well, you know what it almost feels like too. And it's weird to say this because I feel like BG has so much respect around there, but it's almost like, come on, this is BG. Like you can't take anything he says seriously.
That's interesting. I thought of it more like him saying, look, me and BG talked. He knows he ain't going to do this again.
Well,
kind of thing.
Yeah, but in that light, it would mean he was right, but he won't say that he's right again. And I don't think they're suggesting that he was right.
No, I think they're suggesting that, and BG admitted himself that he misunderstood.
Well, like AJ Brown said, he did what everybody else did. He saw the video and reacted to it.
Right.
He didn't come to us. But the way that he said it was like 1 is trying and 11 is not basically doing
trying
his
enough,
part.
yeah.
That would say that the way he said it and presented it was, I've watched Jalen like go up to him and tell him, we need to like, and 11 being like, that's the way it was presented.
Yeah, BG,
not that he watched the video and gave a play-by-play.
Brandon Graham's original comments, because he's had 3 different versions of his comments at this point. His original comment made it sound like that Jalen Hurts is trying to make everything work and that AJ Brown needs to do more to make it work. Now, I know BG has tried to like step those words back and rephrase it, but the original thing, what he said, is what got people's attention. It way more so than what even AJ Brown said, right, Mike?
Yeah, the AJ Brown stuff I think would have been done by now.
Now, to the AJ Brown part, Jalen Hurts was asked about, well, how is your relationship with that AJ Brown? That's what Jalen Hurts had to say.
Sometimes things change as dynamics change, but for him, he knows I have a lot of love for him, just like I got a lot of love for all these guys. And ultimately, he's a guy that's a competitor. He wants to win. He damn sure wants the ball, and he wants to make an impact in the game. And I respect that, and that's just like all of us.
Yeah, I mean, at this point now, yes, he's saying what everybody knows. AJ's a competitor. Again, I go back to, I don't think AJ's comments were, I need the ball more. I think AJ's comments were, this needs to be better.
Right.
Whatever it is, I don't care if you throw me the ball 50 times. We have to be better.
Right. It's the idea that only half of your targets this past week went to your top 2 receivers. That in of itself is part of the problem. And that is, if you're only throwing the ball, and I know 2 of those were throwaways, right? So let's say 19 of those passes, but only, 9 or 10 of them are going to your top receivers. It's not enough.
10 targets in the game for Brown and Smith
combined
on 21 attempts.
Right, but 2 of them were throwaways. So if we're to take away the throwaways, then it's like, all right, well, if you throw the ball 19 times, shouldn't the ball be going to your main guys like 15 of those times, right? Or, you talked about it earlier, Mike, about there were times that AJ Brown is wide open.
Yeah, it was just a game where Jalen was just not good. I mean, listen, I'm not one of these people that just pour it on Jalen. I think people just have preconceived notions that they know everything about quarterback play. I don't claim to know everything about quarterback play, but from people you talk to, watching the tape, I've never seen him just miss all day long open guys. Yes, he misses guys. It happens. Everybody misses. Mahomes misses. Brady misses. I'm not talking about inaccurate throws. I'm talking about not seeing them open. And this was a week where Hurts just missed all day long. It was bad. It was really bad.
So to that point,
by the way, according to Adam Schefter, Bill Belichick will be the next head coach at North Carolina.
Did you read some of his demands with all this?
His son has to be the head coach
in waiting. Yeah. So he's going to bring his son from Washington, where he's been the DC. He wants him to be the coach in waiting. He's bringing in, I think it's Josh McDaniel's brother to the coaching staff. He wants to establish like a NFL style hierarchy where people have specific reporting like, like a basically like a certain way who they report to. Like, he basically wants to run a college football team like an NFL team.
Well, most of these universities are, by the way. They're hiring general managers. They have budgets. I mean, I think they said that the NIL is going to go from $4 million for the football team to $20 million for the football team. So he's taking a college job because a college job is now a pro job.
Right. And maybe for him, maybe there's a little ego with him. He's like, I'm going to go to North Carolina and build them into something kind of deal.
I don't know if he's looking to go from here back to the pros. He's 72 years old.
Yeah, he's you almost have to wonder, did he just look around the NFL landscape and just say, you know what? My time's done.
Well, has he been told by his agent and teams, there's just no path to you to get a job?
Like, we know he's been spending a lot of time going to different games, visiting with different people around the league. There was that one game. Remember, he was spending time with Jeffrey Lurie, the Eagles owner. So, is he maybe just kind of being, feeling out the lay of the land, and he realized where he stood in it?
I wasn't aware that he went to North Carolina. I heard that recently that was his alma mater. So that makes a little bit more sense, because it's like, man, North Carolina is so
It's
random.
not his literal alma mater. It's his college situation was weird, because when he played lacrosse, he didn't play at University of North Carolina specifically. So, but he does have some connections in his past to the university, and being there in different capacities.
Gotcha. Because I'm thinking, like, what a weird, like, where did North Carolina come from? Like, where is the connection here?
Yeah, I got to pull up the exact school, but there was a specific school he went to play at, and that's where he got his career-ending injury at.
I'm trying to be like, why North Carolina? Because as others said, there's going to be higher profile, possibly jobs, maybe in SEC. Like, they're in the ACC. It's not a football school. Like, where did this come? Maybe he likes the challenge. Maybe he likes the city. And it's just like.
Yeah, so he went to Wesleyan College in Middletown, Connecticut. That's where he was playing lacrosse, and then he got injured on the football team. So
where did I hear then that North Carolina, where does North Carolina come into play here? Somebody had said that it was his alma mater.
I'm looking through this one article and try to get this. I know he said something to McAfee about he does have a connection to North Carolina, but I don't remember exactly what it was. Because apparently he does have a connection to them in his past.
Gotcha. All right. Well, he is the new head coach at the University of North Carolina. The Tar Heels have Bill Belichick. So he has now been the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, the Jets for about 10 minutes, and the New England Patriots. And now he is the head coach at North Carolina.
So what I was going to ask you before Adam Schefter rudely interrupted the Big Three segment.
By the way, where has it ever happened that the greatest coach of all time has coached back at college?
It's a good question. I'm trying to think if there was anybody who went to the pros and went back to college. I mean,
what is it? Is his dad the coach at North Carolina?
His dad was the coach at Navy. He was a naval coach. That's why he spent so many years.
Did he play at North Carolina, his father?
That's a good question. Let me look up. There is a connection. I know there is, because I know.
Yeah, he played. No, he was a coach at North Carolina.
His dad was?
But he was like a running backs coach.
His dad?
Yes.
Gotcha.
That's a pretty weak connection to be like, I'm going to go back to North Carolina.
Well, I know when I read.
Should have gone to Vanderbilt.
What's that?
Should have gone to Vanderbilt. He's from Nashville. Belichick.
He is. So I know because I read Ian O'Connor's biography of Belichick. It goes into extensive detail about, all the years that Bill's father was in Annapolis and how it was there that Bill fell in love with coaching and football.
Well, I knew the Navy connection.
Right. But I didn't, even in the book, it didn't talk a lot about anything else of Belichick's coaching history. So I feel like you're right. It's a very loose, there's reach going on here.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, maybe in Bill Belichick's mind is significant or something. And who am I to
yeah, because you're talking about what coaching openings are there going to be, and you're already going to be at the spot where probably Jacksonville, would you rather be the head coach in the NFL for Jacksonville or try to build a college football program?
Well, like for example, at Chicago, you're
Giants.
You're telling me that the Giants, another one. You're telling me that Chicago needs an overhaul, right? You're telling me Belichick can't go in there and be the dictator there?
Any of these teams, I mean, because you're looking at a situation in the NFL where you can go from worst to first pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, and I understand that maybe Jacksonville isn't the most appealing, but
Hey, you got Trevor Lawrence. I mean, unless you think he's a complete nothing burger.
right. I don't know what Belichick's perspective is on Lawrence specifically. I know that Belichick was on the Manning cast, and he thinks highly of Caleb Williams. So I don't know, I'm assuming this has more to do with how NFL teams view Belichick than how Belichick views the teams. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's at least what my interpretation is, because the last guy that I can think of that went from NFL to college, I mean, Spurrier was a failure in the NFL, went back to college, had success.
Yeah, but he was at college first.
Yeah, I mean,
he was a college coach that went to the pros, not a pro coach.
Right.
Won Super Bowl, then went back to went to college for the first time.
Right. Everyone I'm thinking of was in college, went pro, went back to college. I can't think of anyone off the top of my head that was NFL, and then went college. Yeah, I mean, even Dungy started in college before he got to the pros. Like almost all of these guys I'm thinking of, Herm Edwards started in college before he went to the pros. Then
He went back to college.
Right, but he started in college, then was in the pro, then went to college. So I mean, yeah, this is a tough one.
Yeah, I can't think of one. If anybody has one out there.
I mean, I know Bill Walsh went to Stanford after the 49ers, but I believe he was a college coach at one point too, was Bill Walsh.
I thought Bill Walsh went from Stanford to the 49ers. Not the other way around.
Let me pull up the exact history of why.
Well, actually, no, he was at Stanford, went to the Niners, and then did go back to Stanford.
That's what I thought. I thought he went with the Stanford.
But he started at Stanford. I was going to say he came from Stanford to the Niners. I forgot he went back to Stanford after his Niner run.
Yeah, he coached at Cal, then Stanford, then went to the NFL. Later was the 49ers, the Stanford head coach, then the 49ers head coach, then the Stanford coach. But I mean, again.
Well, at Cal, he was a running backs coach.
But still, he was in college, then the NFL, then college. Whereas Belichick has always been.
Yeah, right. He didn't start. But I think Walsh was known more for his NFL success than his Stanford first tour of duty.
Right. That's probably the closest example we got is Walsh.
Yeah. If anybody got one, let us know. 609-403-0973. Got anything else from Hertz?
Well, I do. I had a question for you. So Chris Long asked this question on, he had a bunch of questions off of Sunday's game, but because you were specifically talking about Jalen Hurts, Mike, and this question that Long has to do with Jalen Hurts and the Eagles offense.
Look how excited they were to block for Saquon Barkley last week on some of his long runs. It's not like they threw the ball 30 times in that game. So the result, if it's good enough, they're okay with it. But if they're out of sync, and that's what it was, it felt like every time they had to throw, maybe it's predictable. Maybe people are catching up a little bit to the early down tendencies of the Eagles. But I also think the quarterback's not processing fast enough.
That answer at the end, I don't think the quarterback is processing fast enough. That's damning. Because I don't agree with what Long says that it's predictable because these guys are open.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you know what's coming, you're not doing a good job defending it.
So
because we've heard too many examples from guys like Jason Avant and others who have broke the film down and said the guys are open.
So if the quarterback is not processing fast enough, is there something they can do with the offense to help him? Is there maybe plays they can call to get the ball out of his hand faster?
It's a question I asked Mosher. Is there something that we always blame the coaches? Is Kellen Moore not coaching Jalen Hurts enough of the plays there, make the throw? I don't know. I don't know. And Mosher said, no, I think that's on the player.
Because my thing is, John McMullen has brought this up to you multiple times, Mike. When Jalen Hurts was the MVP runner-up, he had the fastest snap to throw in his NFL career. It was the least amount of time. And then you go back to college. That 2019 season, Heisman Trophy runner-up, same deal. Those were the only two times that Jalen Hurts has been under 3 seconds in snap to throw as a football player. What did those two offenses do to get the ball out of his hands faster that the current offense isn't?
Don't know. Don't have that answer. And the one thing I would ask is all the changes in coordinators making him process all this information, and that it's just information overload for him. Now, he did say something today. He said, quote, "It's about the team. I don't care how it looks. It's kind of my game." And I think that's something that people have to accept. It's going to look how Jalen Hurts wants it to look, but he's going to win. So he's saying, you might not like my style, but in the end, I will find a way to scratch and claw a victory. Even if I go 0 for my first 10, it's the shot at the buzzer that I'll hit. Maybe we just have to take him at his word. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SB Live. It is the Bet365 play of the day next.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season Sunday afternoon
At the Link, hosting the Pittsburgh Steelers.
3rd down and 5. Here comes the rush. They've got him! It is Gardner Johnson with the sack.
Eagles radio network coverage begins at 3 p.m. Merrill and Mike call all the action starting at 4:25. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Score a touchdown when you bank with Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Catch lower rates on loans and higher rates on savings. You'll cheer when you don't have to pay a penny to get your own money, since they offer 85,000 surcharge-free ATMs. Get the details or open an account online with just a $25 minimum deposit at JerseyShoreFCU.org, or swing to a branch in Northfield, Galloway, Hamilton, or Rio Grande. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin. No way! Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Go for the magic this holiday season at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Stay in one of their holiday-themed rooms or suites and enjoy a touch of holiday spirit. And for those on the naughty list this year, you can reserve an exclusive suite inspired by the most beloved green Christmas villain of all time. Wake up to stunning ocean views and experience the festive magic that brings the holiday spirit to life. Reserve your holiday escape now at theoceanac.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles, with an auto warranty about to expire, or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-630-9723 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. Call 800-564-9170 now. 800-564-9170. That's 800-564-9170. What do you have to lose? Call 800-564-9170. Again, 800-564-9170.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho, 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 ho.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
With GMF financing to qualify buyers, excludes Traverse and Corvette, excludes prior sales.
If you're looking for a new or used vehicle, right now is the most wonderful time of the year. Why? Because it's Bennett Chevy's end-of-year sell-down with the most wonderful offers you can find anywhere. Bennett's got new Chevys at an unbelievable $1,000 below the GM supplier employee price. That's right, $1,000 below our employee's price. Plus, you keep all the rebates, saving you up to 20% off your new Bennett Chevrolet. Save even more with available 0% financing. At Bennett, you get it all. Looking for used? Bennett's paying a minimum $10,000, even for the worst trade. Yes, a minimum 10 grand towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. Just imagine how much more Bennett Chevy will pay for a good trade that actually runs. And you'll love Bennett's relaxed, no-pressure atmosphere, because our sales team is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Together, let's drive at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Getting ready to get out of here on this Wednesday night. Good show today. Time for the Bet365 play of the day. What's the update?
So, Mike, you went 2-1 on Monday's show. Overall, now you're 80-54. Raptors covered Monday night.
Yes, they did.
Joe Burrow hit over the passing yards. He gave a plus 130 value.
Missed the over.
But you missed the Bengals Cowboys.
In the plus 130 did you well out there for the people. What am I, 80 and what?
80-54.
Man, that's a lot of money for the people. You taking those plays?
Write them down.
I got two NBAs for you tonight. Like the Rockets tonight, minus 2.5 against the Warriors. And I'm going Hawks over 237.5 against the Knicks.
237?
237.5 against the Knicks.
No Trae Young prop bets for you?
No, the information we're going with tonight has heavy on the Rockets. They are 6-0 against the spread since March 2nd. They have 2 days in a row off. And that's the situation they're in tonight. 2.5 point Snoop Doggy Dog, 2.5 point Doggy Dog. And the Hawks are 12-0 to the over March 21st when they lost by 10 points the game before. So expect the Hawks to fill it up tonight. They lost by 30 the other night to the Nuggets. That's our show for tonight. Thanks to Bob Wankel, Ryan Rothstein, Jeff Mosher, Mike McGarry, and, of course, Knicks Nuggets. Game night's coming up next. I'll be back tomorrow at the Chickies and Pete's. I believe we're in Atlantic City. Check out our socials for more. Have a great night, everybody.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hot tomorrow night on Rock 104.1 and the Rock 104.1